Jeez. I feel like there's more of the mic showing up than usual today. I think I changed the zoom on the camera. So we'll see. We'll try it out. I have to pick all these hair because it's like my cat Fig likes to rub up on it. Gotta be careful. Don't want to get all kinds of allergic reaction. As you know, we are already prone to that in this life or next. Few things we're working on. We definitely need to create a hub world, but I do think that today we do need to get to the dialogues. Specifically, getting some of the dialogue interaction working. And then maybe some of the cleanup I should add to it. So I was talking about the idea of making a feature nodes. So for example, before I was identifying, for example, the character to be all these like Boolean flag to be like, hey, this can attack, this can do this can interact. And then I have separate like class that are interactables and I've been inheriting everybody from it. Part of me thinks that it needs to be each individual interactability or each individual features of a single node should be a standalone feature node. So I can just add it to any node and that node behaves in that way automatically. Maybe everything needs to be a base game object. So that way our game object can automatically scrape what's in the children tree, like check the tree of the node and then see if any of those objects exist, and then it can flag being like, this is a thing you can do. That's something I need to work on. Hub world. Okay. I suppose we should kind of design what the hub world would look like, but at the same time, I don't want to have to do a whole character design myself. So let's do that. I think what I'm going to do here, so we have a tutorial level here, which after it's done, we want to move the game. I do think we have a scene manager here. Scene manager. So we come over to scene manager. We have game mode, title, tutorial, and level. We probably want to have hub. And I don't know. Part of me is like, okay, well, title, tutorial, hub seems like a great state, but technically, if I want to have like menu state, that's a overlapping state on top of this. So you might need more than one state manager, kind of like a cascading state manager, so to speak. This is why state management is actually kind of limited in game development, even though it's fundamental to all the features of game development. I do think that it has its limit. And for the most part, I think people should probably stop using just pure state machine. But alas, I digress. All right, so hub world, we're going to come over here and say, hey, if you are switching scene, on scene, and if you are at tutorial, instead of going to level, we're going to go to hub. Game mode state, hub. Don't do anything yet. When we're changing, removing the current scene is simple. Hey, Mikori. Mikori says you're streaming when I start class timing and it's impeccable. Why? It's just during the day, you know. It's okay. I'll stick around. I'll probably be here till like a little later because my workout today is a little bit later. Because I just started class. I'm sorry, Mikori. Well, you're getting your study done, so I'm proud of you either way. All right, we are going into hub world. Then we're going to show hub. which is a function that doesn't exist. And would probably have to create a level called hub level. So let's go to the level. Design's going to be interesting here. I do think that there needs to be some sort of display of like recipe shop, and then there's some minor conversation you can have with the characters, and then entrance to the real level, which I guess we should go and find some. Oh, apparently that's not a thing. It's right here. Why don't you know? Huh, I guess I misspelled something. All right, so level. We go to the level, which is under map, I guess. Yes, our title level here. I suppose for this one, we will still copy the base level, I think. So we'll have hub, and the hub is going to be title level. I guess I should probably copy this over here. Can I? Title level is there. Tutorial level is here. Hub probably will be an inherited scene from the other levels. Ooh. Perhaps not this. Maybe it should inherit level 1. Level 1 will inherit this. And this is going to be called hub level. We'll save this under map level hub. Oh no. I did a camel case, or not camel case, underscore. The rule of thumb for my naming convention is that we're doing camel case plus capitalization in the beginning for scenes, and script is under underscore case. So I gotta make sure I do that properly. All right, so we have a hub level here, which is just basically regular level. One thing that we do need to defer here is the room config. So we're going to get rid of all of this. And we don't really need to generate anything. Hub level, we can like hard code a hub room. Shouldn't be that difficult. And then it shouldn't affect this. Yeah. Okay. So let's create some maps. I think that's probably a good idea. I mean, technically I could just draw it on here and it should be fine, but I want to follow the pattern of other things. So I'll make it so that I create a hub room and then it just generates. Though I guess I never tested it with just one room before. Maybe I should try that out, see what it does. Let's see. What if I just have a spawn room in here? Is a starting room, get 1, 0. Let's see what that does, actually. I'm a little bit curious. Hey, Kelso. Welcome, welcome. We're just getting things started here. So I have a hub level. I just want to test the transition real quick. So under the rogue mine, when we're showing the hub, what we want to do is... Oh, we got to move this. Title level. Const hub scene will be packed scene of preload of hub world. We're creating a hub right now. So Kelsey said, what are we going to be doing on this scene stream? Well, we're going from tutorial to the hub level. We're going to put out all the things that needs to be done within the hub, which means there needs to be some story components that needs to show up. Meaning today we're going to be working on probably some dialogue, adding some dialogue. So we're going to have to bring in my dialogue manager into the project and work on dialogues a little bit. Simple dialogues. I do think that, yeah, I'm still going to take Enter the Gungeon as an inspiration of like what that dialogue pop-up looks like, maybe. Okay, this will be hub level, hub instantiate will be as base level here. In the world viewport, oops, we're going to add this as a child. There's a little bit of headache that I might need to resolve because sub viewport, right? The game is lower resolution and I'm scaling it up, right? And it's in its own viewport, but I want the texts to be a higher resolution. So I don't know how the text will look if I... Kelso says, I see you're on good dialogue now. Keep going. Yeah, thanks. If I put the text within the sub viewport game view, it's going to just look like a blurred out, stretched version of a lower resolution text. So that means I want the text box and the text to be displayed on top in this top above layer. So I need to get some sort of relative positioning from the viewport to display on the UI that still follows this. I think that's going to be a little bit confusing, potentially. So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah. Well, viewport, add child. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna, because camera is. So for example, let me do this. I want to test something out real quick. If I have a label in this world at some position, I wonder if that would move around accordingly. So we'll have to test that. Nothing else, I think. All right, so let's see what that looks like. Okay, we have a little high resolution text in the middle. Now, what I want to test is if this moves with the world as opposed to just staying on top of everything, right? Oh, it is staying on top of everything. Because it's in a different canvas layer and then the camera is not following that. Right, because there's a canvas and sub viewport. Is this an own world? So camera moves around within this world, but then not in this world. I want to test something. I wonder if it would fix the resolution if I put higher text. Variable ray shading. Default texture filter. It's nearest. I want to see what happens if I put a low level or high resolution text within this. So if I put label test right here, for example. Let's see where that is. This is under tutorial level, right? If I save this. I don't think it'll be on top left, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't even see the text. It should be somewhere here, I think. I suppose I could just put it in the character too. Let's see. might be somewhere in here. I can see where player is right now. Tutorial level, player character. Let's see. It's environment, character body. Player character is currently 1094. So let's see what happens if I put that character 1094 and 200. So in local, if I put this at position 1094 and what was it, like 101 or 104? It's right there. Okay, so it's still low resolution. I wonder, it's kind of annoying. I want it to be in different resolution. But if I want to do that, do I just scale everybody up? So I want it to be in the world. Unless I don't want that. I suppose I need to figure that out eventually. All right, I think what I'm going to do is have the game be in this lower resolution. And whenever the dialogue needs to pop up, handle it on the top level outside of the sub viewport so that it can have higher resolution text field. So we'll do that. For now, let's test this transition real quick from tutorial to the hub world. It might work well. We'll see. Okay, so I got my one punch rock like that and go in. And during the cleanup, it's breaking here. It says non-existing function cleanup. Oh, cleanup doesn't exist on this scene. Did I rename this? This is potentially possible. I should probably name it as cleanup though. Base room. Not base room, base level, probably. Base level. Cleanup doesn't exist. I have clear a level. I could just add function cleanup. I mean, I'm freeing it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But I guess I could just do clear level anyways. See if that works. And then let's see. It might still freak out because it's like, hey, where's the player? Hey, Cybold. Long time no see. I hope you're doing well in your downside of Seattle there. I'm doxing you now. Sorry. How goes it? Katie Codes. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. We're just chilling here. You know, honestly, I've been feeling pretty low energy recently. I think since this weekend. I don't know what's going on. So I'm trying to kind of push through right now. Kind of like the general energy level and motivation seems a little bit on the downturn. Just kind of trying to live it right now. But we'll make it, everyone. Okay. So cleanup still doesn't exist for this for some reason. Oh, whoops. It's one word instead of course, that would do it. Cleanup would be one word like that. Test it again. Cybel says, I'm doing well. I'm actually in Vancouver right now for a job. Vancouver, Washington or Vancouver, Canada? I'm guessing you mean Vancouver, Washington, because that's very close to. But there's nothing in Vancouver, Washington. It's like pretty rural, so I don't know. Depending on what kind of work you're doing, I guess. But yes, I do need to get rid of this stream delay, though. I know I have a stream delay, right? Do I have a stream delay? Let's see. How do I test that? Well, yeah, there is definitely a stream delay. I don't know how to get rid of that. Even though I set up I made it so that it's the fastest setting. Let's see. This one says, okay, so get entrances sometimes returns null. And that's the weird part. And it doesn't happen all the time. It only happens sometimes. Oh, you know what? I think I remember this. It was because the filter for the entrances filters for the entrances that are not connected. Hey, Katie Coates. Katie Coates says hi. About 11 seconds delay for me on Twitch. How can you tell? Is it because of the chat? I don't know if only the chat is delayed or if like this is also delayed. You know what I mean? All right, this is the real way to know. How delayed are we with this, right? Oh, it's just too much calculation. I need to figure it out. Here. Twitch, how to get rid of stream delay. Not that it matters. To minimize stream delay on Twitch, ensure your latency mode is set to low latency in your Twitch setting. Go to your Twitch creator dashboard, navigate to setting, then stream, locate latency mode. Okay. Twitch creator dashboard, navigate to setting. Okay. I think I can do that here. This is a dashboard. Oh no, I'm showing too much information. I'm not going to do that. Katie says, I used the emote, then waited to see on screen. Oh, I see. Well, smart. Katie Hart. Oh, hey, I like your emotes. They're cute. I need to up my emote game, I have to say. Saibo says, I'm fairly certain it's standard 10 seconds delay on the chat. Standard? Okay. I don't know, because I think I remember seeing some other streamers and they had no delay. So I was like, oh my gosh. Not that it matters, I guess. Like, I mean, I don't have reason to have latency, right? Because it's like, I'm not playing competitive games here. Creator dashboard, navigate to setting, then stream. Setting? You know what? I'm going to do this later. I'm getting distracted, which I do all the time, but... Oh, Katie's on YouTube as well. Ooh, did I not see you on YouTube? 11:50. No, you were here. Katie says about 12 to 15 seconds on YouTube. Which is funny because like on YouTube, I definitely put down ultra low latency mode. And I don't know if that's the stream setting or if it is my problem. Hey, Yusuf. Yusuf says, hi, Ezra. I hope you're well. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Otherwise, we'll figure this out. Okay. What do we got here? So clearly the problem is that some of the entrance is getting filtered for some reason. And I want to say when the entrances are getting filtered, maybe there isn't enough. Oh, okay. Well, first of all, that's what I was testing, right? Okay, so I have this level generation logic where in the level generator, I can put number of rooms and it'll connect them randomly. For the hub level, I made it so that it only has single room and there's nothing to connect to it. And I wanted to see what it does. And alas, it comes over here and it's like, hey, well, like there's nothing to connect to it. And I think it's breaking because of that. I wanted to not break though. I wanted to be like, well, if there's nothing to connect, then there's nothing to connect, you know? So let me just test this real quick for sure. I'm placing the room in matrix. And we come here, and then we'll handle that single room case. Okay, so we got a little rogue mine. Break the wall. Get my super duper rock to break everything real quick. It's so funny. It is satisfying to break these rocks with a single shot, though. I have to say. Maybe I need to make it like that. Maybe it is very frustrating to beat these rocks. Beat the rocks. That sounds weird for some reason. With multiple hits. Okay. Moment of truth. This is going to break, which was expected. during the level generation. So we're generating level here. Let's see. Expect. Yeah, there's no destination room. That's the problem here. The 2 room is empty, which is funny because I feel like this should have caught that when it comes over here, when the room heap, the candidate, when it's iterating and sees that this is empty, then it should have been like, hey, like, there's nothing here. Ah, right, this is the problem. Okay. So I said, hey, if the room that we're checking is the starting room, then we need to pop another one. The thing is, if it is a starting room and there is nothing to pop, after all this, if 2 room is empty, meaning it's null, then we actually kind of want to just continue or break, you know, break out of this loop because there's nothing more to add. Hopefully that'll fix this. Boom, 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 boom. Still a lot of work to be done in terms of save and load and all that. But I think in terms of testing the gameplay, I'm not too worried about those minor, like, because that's not what I want to test. I don't think the fun of the game will change based on if my save works or not. Hopefully. It's a single gameplay demo. Just first time experience only. Okay, break. New recipe unlocked. Nice. Okay. Kind of working. I know this looks funky, but this is technically working. This is the one room that I wanted it to be in. So now what I need to do is create a hub world. So hub world, that I already have the hub level, so I got to replace it so that the room that shows up. Oh my gosh, I'm about to see. Excuse me, sorry. You know, this is what you get when you get older. I'm an old man now. So, okay, maybe this is too much information. Katie says, bless you, thank you. All right, TMI incoming. If you don't want to hear anything about old men, please avert your ears for a moment. But basically, I never had this issue, especially being an Asian man. In my 20s and teens, like, nose hair, you know, is not a thing. It's not like, it never got in the way. But I think as I'm getting older, it's getting just long enough to like tickle the inside of my nose. I never had to trim my nose hair before. So now I'm at the point where I'm like, oh my gosh, it actually makes me sneeze and stuff. Kind of annoying, especially when I'm like talking in low vibration because it's like vibrating everything that's on my face. That's the TMI for the day. So sorry. Let me know if you struggle with the same issue. What's your nose hair trimming solution? Lil Frosty XD says, good info. Yeah, this is the true development tip or info. The one problem that every developer, you would not believe what this developer will reveal. Hi. First time chat. It's always good to see random people just stopping by and being like, oh, TMI? Okay. Wait, this looks wrong for some reason. What is going on with this one? Oh. Huh, it's an auto wrap. Ugly. It's okay. All right, so room. We're creating a room here. And we have tutorial here. We're going to make a hub room. Hub. And that shouldn't be too difficult. We're just going to inherit the base room here. Call this the hub room. Hub start room. whatever that means, right? And I think we've already established that the hub level is where, or hub level is where we're going to have some upgrades, some conversations and whatnot. Conversations. Is there plural for conversation? That just sounds wrong. Rename. Hub start room. And we're going to change the hub level here. Hub level, and its level generator is no longer going to have this spawn point. Instead, it's going to have the hub room. Map room. Hub start room here. I don't know if it's still using this as a starting room, so I'm going to check this real quick. See if I can get rid of this. Yeah, I think I can. So I'm going to get rid of this real quick. Got to clean up. Little Frosty actually says, "What you making, sir?" We're making a roguelike dungeon crawler about mining and crafting. I started this project to do a little test, a little devlog experiment, which is using pre-made assets only. Because I usually make my own assets. I like doing art. I like making pixel art. So I usually do that, but it takes a lot of time. And people have asked me before, being like, "Hey, what do you think about using pre-made assets?" And I was like, I have no idea, actually. Hold on. This is an error that wasn't here before, so I'm going to have to debug that. So I said, you know what? I'm going to do it, but I don't know if I want to use free asset or paid assets. Plus, by the way, little plug, I have a asset pack that I sell, which I just started making. So I have one of these things. And then I was like, you know what? As a asset creator, I should know why and when people use these things. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to do a little research. So I said, I'm going to do an experiment of making a single game using free assets only and then paid assets only and compare the experience and see how easy or difficult it is and what it helps with and such, so I can make a video on it. And it was supposed to be a short little experiment, but I ended up making a design of the game where I'm like, I really want to finish this game and make it good and release it. So now I have a full-on dungeon crawler project that's kind of loosely inspired by Enter the Gungeon type of situation. But yeah. Evolves Art says, "First time here." Hey, Evolves. Welcome. Welcome, first timers. It's good to have you. Thank you for being here. Strello says, "Ever played Your Only Move is Hustle? How hard do you think it was to program that game? I'm a noob in case that question didn't make it obvious." You know what? I never actually have heard of that game. But, we all start somewhere. So I would say, noob or not, question is good. Having a question is better than not having a question. Let me see what the gameplay is like. Low key, these art is still pretty high fidelity. So, oh, this looks fun. How hard is this? I think this is actually not super hard. There are some complicated part, obviously, but technically speaking, this doesn't look like it would be super difficult. Still get good game design. See, good game doesn't mean it's complex implementation-wise. I think you can do it, Strello. If you can, when making a game, it comes down to how well can you break down the parts. Well, when programming in general, how well can you break down the parts into small pieces? Oh, I know what happened. I see. So it's working right now, but it wasn't working before because I broke some of the components in the title screen like this. And then when I start the game, it's like, hey, what are those items that you just picked up? So it's like, I don't know what to do with those things. So we got to make sure the things that I pick up in the title screen gets emptied out. So let's see. When the title screen comes through, title level, and I suppose that should be part of the cleanup here. I should probably empty empty the player character. So would say game state manager players. Oh, it's just game state. Get player instance, and then inventory would probably want to empty it. Let's see, how can I do that? Inventory manager reset. There you go. Just reset here. So title level. When it's going, we're going to just say reset the inventory before moving on. Strela says, it's turn-based simulation simultaneous. It's turn-based simultaneous. What do you mean? Like you have multiple things. You have like a planning phase and then they get executed all at once. I like that, by the way. I like that kind of game design. I actually had an idea of doing something like that to be like, because I like the idea of, you know, because the whole part of like reaction speed is very physical ability. And I want people who do not have the reaction speed to experience the mechanic and the gameplay consideration of playing with reaction. And I think that serves that purpose really well. Lil Frosty says, Tetris is a good game. It really is. And it's a very addicting game for sure. Valve's Art says, what are you building? Wait, hold on. Did I already answer your question, Valve? So, roguelike dungeon crawler, little asset testing between free and paid. Right now we're on the free mode. So all the assets you see are free pre-made assets that are found on itch.io, basically. And I mean, I do make some edits. That's one of the notes that I have taken is that when you're making the game that you want specifically using pre-made assets is that you can't avoid editing it. Sometimes because otherwise you are having to make your game mechanics around the assets that are available, right? If you say, hey, I want to have like game mechanic where the characters like hold different weapons, that means you need to plan the animations and sprites for that. But if you don't have that available readily and where you have to find just general free assets that are not meant to go together in general, then you're like, oh my gosh. And that kind of gives me the idea of like, oh, if I were to make a game assets, I want to make a game asset that can really work well together with different game style and mode. So good to learn. Good to learn. Strela says, thank you. Genuinely awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, no problem. I answer questions here. That's for sure. Okay. So we got the title level broken thing fixed. Tutorial level is good right now. So on the hub level, we were doing a hub room. We'll create some pretty structures. The tiles we have available is kind of lame, but it's okay. I think it does the job currently. So let's say this is what we have. And I think we definitely need some interesting structures and layouts. Kind of want to have there. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some debugging that I need to do, but I definitely want some sort of surrounding thing going on. There needs to be a wall in the middle layer. So let's say I surround this with some walls here. Wow, this is huge. Maybe it shouldn't be this big. I'm going to work a small area at a time. How about that? So that I'm not overwhelmed by all this. Okay. Make this smaller like this. Okay. And then on the event layer, we can decide where the player actually gets dropped into. So we're say player starts, I don't know, right here maybe. Okay. And then, ooh, okay. In the middle layer, we'll make some wall, a little bit more organic looking wall. Ah, there it is. It's hard to find sometimes. Let's Let's say we have something like that. And it's a cave, naturally. And we want to put probably some NPCs here. So first thing I think is we have a player. Let's see. I want the player, the first thing the player sees is an NPC, not the entrance to the level. I want them to have to go through something here. Potentially, it would be cool. Let's see. That means we have to find some NPC sprites. And this one is going to be a recipe seller. Let's see if there's anyone who, in the sprites that we already have, if there's anyone that could look like a recipe seller. Thanks for the follow, Pluck and Persevere. Valvert says, Dungeon Crawler? Cool. I create board games and now I'm trying to learn Godot to create something cool like that. You can find my games as Breachers, Fendus di Sempreterna, and Desconfronto. Sorry if I'm butchering the pronunciation because I'm not familiar with the language. You have it already released? I like board games. I used to play a lot of board games, but all my friends who are my board game friends now are very busy and we haven't had the opportunity. Valve says, discovered your channel today. Cool stuff. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. I appreciate you watching me. And if you have any questions, of course, we are all here to learn. Okay. I'm going to go through, pretty sure we have some free characters somewhere here. Got the NPC character here. I don't know if it's under the maps. It might be. One of these things are characters. How about this? PNG. Ages. There's some people here. Momonga Dungeon. I want to see what's in there. Let's take a look. Open in File Manager. Ooh, I'm about to sneeze. Here it comes. Ooh, excuse me. I got the old man sneeze here. Because once again, I am an old man. Cannot deny. Cancel. Didn't mean to do that. How do I... I want to see what's in here, actually. Okay, does any of these things look like a interesting character that can sell? Ooh, you know what? I'm going to go find more assets. Itch. All right. We got the... I think I also have a collection of assets that I already have bookmarked as part of this challenge. See if there's anything. NPC pack. That's right. We have the blacksmith. Maybe the... Maybe the alchemist. Yes. Perhaps alchemist can give us something here. I want to see if... Because I already downloaded that. I want to see if I have the sprites for the alchemist somewhere in here. Sprites. This is button. Environmental resource. There's nothing here. If only I can remember where I saved everything. This one is just a blacksmith. Okay. So I need to probably re-download this now. Download and then open it up and see what we got. Oh no, only the blacksmith is available. I think the other one is paid. That's not good. So right here, the NPC pack needs to be paid. So this is not part of the challenge. I can't do it. I gotta actually find a free one. Thanks for the follow. Fax Condi Boost, I guess. Says, hello Ezra, I'm new. Just call me Condi. Oh yeah. Welcome, Condi. Thanks for being new, I guess. Thanks for watching. I'm looking for, so the part of this challenge, as I keep saying, is that I'm trying to use only pre-made assets to make this demo. And I'm only using free assets. That's the part of the deal for me. So I am going through to find free assets that I can use. And right now I'm looking for an NPC that sells recipes. These are pretty cool. Let's see. There are 20 characters in here. One of these could be a seller, recipe seller. Maybe this guy can be. Let's see if there's any. Okay, so pay version is the full. We have free soldier and orc. Maybe the orc can be the seller. I mean, this is the hard part. A lot of the assets that are kind of good, it's kind of a false advertisement in that they have in the same page, they have a free version and the paid version, and you don't know what you're getting. Monsters are useful, but not now. Condi says it's an energy drink in Denmark. Oh, I didn't know that. Tastes like Sprite. Energy drink that tastes like Sprite? That actually doesn't sound bad. My problem with energy drinks is that it tastes really bad. Also, energy drink is not good for you, I think. So I guess I don't usually drink energy drinks. You know what? I'm not going to take this too seriously here. I'm just going to find one that maybe works. And then just go with it. Thanks for the follow, Raphael. Condi says, I got 80 of them cans because I sold something on Facebook Market. 80 cans is a lot. That's a lot. Condi also just like my Blue Sky post. Thanks. It's so weird to see updates like that in real time. Okay, so we're looking for free assets once again. And we're looking for, Pixel Dungeon characters? Is it truly free or is it only part of it, huh? Not vibing with that. I want something cleaner. Who sells the recipe? That's the question. Something that looks cute, but unique. Ooh, I love this one. That looks like a recipe seller. Okay. And they're all... Okay, cool. Probably don't have animations, but they all look like some sort of recipe sellers. So I'll download this real quick. And I'll copy this and put it under... I suppose it should be under character folder. Oh, I should have put NPC. Rename NPC. And we'll open this real quick. Paste it here. Plus $80, I see. That's still a lot. Okay. So we got some characters here. specifically under the rogues. I like that. And we got some monsters as well. I don't think they have animation. They just kind of stand around. But I think we can work with this for now. So let's make some characters here. Technically, it's going to be under interactable, I suppose. So we probably want to do that. I already have a crafting table thing going on for the interactable. And then the interactable has focus, unfocus, activate, and deactivate already defined. So that's what I'm going to do here, but we got to be careful. I'm doing a lot of inherited scene stuff, but as I think I said this in the beginning of the stream today, and I said it last stream, I want to make it so that instead of having to extend some sort of like specific type of character or type of entity in the game, I want to be able to add like a pre-made node that's like, oh, this is a interactable or something like that. And then you configure stuff in here. And then all of a sudden now your node, whatever node it might be, has all those like interactable features, or compatible means you can fight them and stuff like that. I think that will be easier to handle all this. Because right now it's getting a little bit hefty between having like the map items that can bounce and then get collected. There are interactables that can be like you can have conversation with, and then there are enemies that you can fight. And all those three things are its own thing. And it's like, maybe that's okay, but sometimes you want to overlap some of these features. And in order to do that, it's really hard not to just copy and paste some of the codes. So I want to be able to have some of those like common features be easily implemented without having to rewrite the code all over again. But for now, we're probably just going to do with this. We're going to say, let's see, weapon recipe seller. And this scene probably will say is a character. Change type to character body. And we'll put it over here. And it's going to probably have some simple sprite here. And that one, Atlas texture. Out of the rogue. I think it would be cool to have different people, different NPCs sell different type of recipes for crafting, and rescue them from the dungeon in order to increment your repertoire. So that'll be cool. I think the first one will be just like a dwarf here. Cool beans. And he's just kind of chilling. Nice. And let's see. Nothing crazy. I definitely need to redo some of these nodes here. So we're going to clean that up. But for now, this is it. And then I'm going to bring my own dialogue plugin because I need to now start working on dialogue. And I have dialogue plugin that I created myself that is pretty popular, if I have to say so myself. I think. Hopefully this is the working version. Copy. And then it's under here. Oh, I'll just do it here like that. Open file manager. And it works really well, so hopefully this is the non-broken version of the dialogue manager. I don't know how much change I made since I last posted it. Okay, so it's there. Katie says, sorry, I'm semi-AFK currently at work. No, it's okay. I mean, I don't anticipate everybody to be fully active all the time. It's hard to be paying attention to a stream the whole time. Wanted to show you some love and say I loved your Godot deck builder series. It's amazing to catch you live. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Katie. And thanks for stopping by, even though you're busy with your work. It's always nice to see people that are really impacted by the work that I put out. It's like, oh my gosh, you guys are real. I know there are views, but sometimes it's like, are they real? Is this a long con? Is somebody trolling me? No, it's okay. I don't have that kind of imposter syndrome, I guess. But it's a thought. Appreciate it. All right, we have a weapon recipe seller. Who Cares YouTube says, I am not real, Ezra. Oh, I know for a fact that you're not real. You're a bot. We all know that. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so what we're going to do here is this is a bit of a surgery, but I'm going to do a minor planning for myself. Technically, this should be a tech doc, but, technically, non-technically, who cares, right? So let's create a new one. Why is this? What the heck is happening with this window, though? Why is it so long? This makes no sense. What happened here? Something feels weird. Anyways, so I'm going to plan a few things here because I'm tired of having to extend a code. And I said this briefly, but basically I want the node to express itself in however way you want, right? It's like a game object or game presence. And I want to add interactable, which means it has interact function or activate, I guess. And then that does something. And then I guess also, I don't know if interactable comes with focusable hand in hand, or if it should be its own thing like this, focusable, which will make the logic of, oh, is in focus or not. This is the question. And then I want to have, I guess, collision box will define if it's collidable, and it will be there's a killable probably, maybe, and it needs to have some sort of like AI logic if it has some auto movement. Ooh, and then dialogue. Technically, I think potentially interactable would activate. So this will allow the game to be like, okay, this is interactable. If the interact happens, it's going to signal up. And that means the game object will say on interact. What does it do? And on interaction, you can either have like pick up, open window, or like dialogue, etc., etc. And those are like some of the features that can happen on interaction. And then the interaction trigger probably can be decided by on touch, on activate, like a button press, and whatnot. So I think those are some of the things that I need to kind of figure out on this, I think. Who Cares YouTube says so mean. I'm not being mean. I'm just playing with you. I'm giving the same energy. But yeah. By just looking at this, it's not really clear to me if this would be a good way to organize this, but we'll see. So what I really want to do here is we have a character body, and I do think that this one needs a collision shape. And this one probably will have some sort of pill or circle shape, right? And this collision shape is so that the player can't just go through this character. Though I guess there's nothing wrong with being able to go through this character. Like, why wouldn't you? Well, maybe I can't. So let's say I do this. And this collision shape it lives in the environmental collision world. and it scans for nothing. They don't collide with anything. But player would not collide with it because it's environment. Hey, Courage. So that, and then this one I want to have a dialogue. So I almost think I should have a folder called dialogue. And well, dialogue system. And we'll probably will create a type of node that I can just insert into these things to be like, hey, this is the dialogue that this character will trigger. Now I already have a dialogue manager. I don't know if that should be each individual character's ownership. I mean, dialogue as a resource is sufficient, I think. So for example, I don't even need this. I can create a new dialogue called under character, NPC. And let's say I create a weapon seller. And then under weapon seller, I say weapon seller dialogue. And it'll start with start. And then say, probably have some sort of states like if first time, right? Then go to first time dialogue, which I guess will be like first time dialogue. Let's say, he says, you are new around here. Or I haven't seen you around. Okay. Maybe he says something like, oh. New adventurer. And then pause. Wait. Oh. Okay, this one is, I think I need to update my add-on. This one's a little broken. Turn this off real quick. I'm going to delete this. Okay, so the add-on I'm working on, the problem is that I am also actively updating it. So sometimes I have some broken changes. So I think I'm going to just get the public version of this dialogue plugin. Hey, Cooley, welcome. I don't remember my login. Hold on. Let's see if I can remember. That's not it. Nope, that's not it either. Aha. Yes. Oh, okay, logged in. Nice. So we'll go to my dialogue plugin, get the main version. I'll just download this real quick. Download the zip. Open this up. Oh, I already have this right here. Then I'll just copy the add-on. Okay. Rogue mine. Add-on, paste. Cooley says, what do we got going on today? We're making our hub world. Part of that is making NPCs and dialogues. So we're getting through some of that right now. So I'm trying to create some basic elements put together. So we have character, NPC, weapon seller. We have weapon seller dialogue here. I guess I'll just do start and then say if first time, then we go to first time dialogue or first time intro. Then we're going to create a new first time intro. A new adventurer. And then pause. Hopefully that works. I think something's kind of funky right now. Some of these like... Wait, why is it not working? Hold on. Some of these, like it's working, but my keyword detection is kind of funky right now. Oh, I guess it's just delayed. Oh, weird. Oh, a new adventurer, and says, how long has it been? Finally, someone to sell to. Sell. What do you sell? And then another have one which is like, who are you? And then have one that's like sell intro, or we can have who are you, and then we can have some dialogue notes here. Sell intro, who are you? Wait, who are you? Oh, it's just space. Who are you? I guess I don't need underscore either. I like having underscore. Maybe I should have underscore here. Let's say we do. Who are you? Sell intro. Who are you? There you go. Okay. Koi says, ooh, will the NPCs have names? I think they should. I just don't have it yet. Darkside Cat says, hi, Darkside. Welcome, welcome. But we're working through it, I think. Let's see. Sell intro says, well, I've collected. I have collected many a recipe, or I have created many a recipe. Many a recipe, that does make sense, I think. I have plenty of weapon recipes to sell. To get creative, to survive in this dungeon. And maybe I should split this. And I'm happy to part with them. Or okay, actually, I had to get creative with survival. No, I don't like this. I have plenty of weapon. No, I sell recipes for weapons. Of course. I'm not very good at writing convincing dialogue, so don't judge me here. Welcome to the game's mistaken, says Fig Fig Fig. These Fig emotes are so cute. They are cute. Especially when Fig is present at the same time. Says, you're so cool and talented. Thank you. Appreciate that. Cooley says you should add some viewers into the game as NPC names. I should. That could be cool, but it needs to be appropriate. I just don't want to be like, cool person 123 is one of the NPCs. You know what I mean? Maybe that should be okay. How about this? Eventually, once I release a demo, I'll do a Kickstarter, right? And then I do think that the Kickstarter supporters should be represented in the game. Kind of like how Hollow Knight has that like graveyard with all the people. I should probably do that. Cooley says, consider yourself judged. Very much so. Recipes for weapon, of course. You will need... I think it's just like, all right. Let me see them. And then that's it. Jeez. Go to sale. And then the sale will be something, I guess. What the heck is happening here? Something feels a little laggy here. I don't know what's going on. Something doesn't feel right. I don't know what's happening. My keyboard is not working well. Anyways. Oh my gosh. Hello? What is going on here? My keyboard. Hold on. I want to restart Godot before it crashes on me. Cybo says, I like that idea about Kickstarter. That's cool. Yeah, and I think that would be fun. It also gives them motivation to, I guess, like a cool way to thank people, I think. Kurt says, that's a good idea. Yeah, thanks. Welcome says, how do I get you to do squats? Oh, there's a channel points. Courage, can you explain to Welcome how to get me to do squats? But essentially, there's a channel points called Berry Seeds on the chat. And you can go look at it and it says squat is 2,000 points. So there it is. Character, NPC, weapon seller. Okay, so we got the weapon seller here. Okay, it's better now. First time intro, I'm asking, who are you? Says, just a lonely, my name is, I don't know, a dwarven name. That kind of fits the theme of mining, I suppose. Frijoles. Kurt says, there are channel points at the bottom. True, there are channel points at the bottom. What is your name? I don't know. I'll have to figure this out. Let's see. Let me just look at something real quick here. Kutasaki says, Urist. That's going to be the name? My name is Urist. Why? What does that mean, though? Does it have a meaning, or is it just whatever? You know what sucks? So for some reason, Monday and Tuesday, I had some connection issue, and Twitch was like saying I was live for 24 hours, even though I was only live for like 3 hours. So the metrics, even though my max viewer was like 100 something viewers on Twitch, on average, it was like 6 viewers on average. So now it's like even further away. It just kind of lowered the average. Kind of sucks. But that's besides the point. PM Teddy says, Uris sounds like urologist. I am Uris the urologist. And I manage your weapon. That sounds suggestive and inappropriate. Yusuf says, Ezra, I'm looking at you to forget the fact that I'm probably going to miss my first year of philosophy degree again. It's really complicated in France. I'm sad. Oh, I'm so sorry, Yusuf. Philosophy is a hard field, though, I'm sure. Well, are you in college? Is that what you're trying to do? Cooley says phrasing, yeah. Oh, welcome. Wait. Welcome to the redeemed add pixel art to the frame. So the way that works is that you give me your pixel art that you want to put in, and I put it in the frame, which you can't see right now, but you can see it in videos. Unless that's not what you wanted to do. I can, if you don't want that, I can refund it, and then you can get that points back. Here, if I reject, does it refund? Oops, yeah, let me reject. Here, boop. You should get your points back, I think. Thanks for the follow, Kotosaki. PM Test is kind of a different game, yeah. Cool. PM Test says, hey, hi. Never mind. I think that refunded. All right. My name is, I think it should be something simple, easily understandable. Wait, do Enter the Gungeon have character names? I don't know if they refer to them as like a name or the title. Enter the Gungeon character names. Does NPC have the convict, the hunter, the marine? Hold on. Enter the Gungeon NPC names. Karnika, thanks for the follow. Courage says, Ezra, my name is Ezra. Your name is Ezra now? Did you officially change your name? Aw. Are you trying to be just like your senpai? We don't speak like that here, by the way. Bowler. Friffle and the Grey Mauser. Tinker. I mean, it seems like they're like mostly named by their... And they don't really say their names, I think. I want to see their dialogue example. See, this is what we need to do. I need to learn how they manage their dialogue, right? Let's look at Drunkard. Initial dialogue. Well, what do we have here? You must be new arrival. Let me guess. Here to change the past, right? Well, you are not the first. Okay, some long-winded exposition. Doesn't really say their name, do they? They don't really care to say their name, I guess. Okay. Maybe that's what we should go with. It should be like, where am I? Instead, where am I? This is the cave of Uluthuluku. Whatever that means, right? All right, we'll say you are in the legendary mine of Uluthulukuhaning, whatever that means. I don't know if this is relevant to what I've watched last night. I was watching Lilo and Stitch for the first time. Cybol says, Himmel the weaponsmith. Oh, I do like that. Himmel. All right, let's do that. Many adventurers, many travelers find themselves here, never to return to the surface. Something about this English doesn't make sense to me, I think. Something feels unnatural, but we'll figure it out. The Real British Teacup says, hey, hi, The Real British Teacup. Welcome. Kaio says, change the spelling of the cave name a little every time. I'll change it every time I see if anybody notices. Yeah, I think that would be funny, actually. Curry says, wait, in the dialogue, the NPC should say, what's your name? And you put your name. I don't know if well, we'll see about that one. I personally never liked the mechanic of having to write your own name in a game. That's just personal preference. Unless it does something. But I know a lot of people don't mind that. Like, a lot of people really identify with that. Like, even Baldur's Gate 3, I just used Tav. It's like, that was never an important part for me. Okay. And then it should probably go back to someone. I should probably have a separate node that has the dialogue options, dialogue options here. And then I'm going to do this right here, right? So this one just kind of directly goes to the dialogue option instead, dialogue options. So that way I can rotate through where it goes back to dialogue options. I don't know if there's going to be more things we can talk about here, but so over here it says, what do you sell? Where am I? And what are you doing here? And maybe what do you sell is probably not even the first thing. This could be if, let's see. Should probably make it so that if sell unlocked and sell exposition hasn't been shared yet. I don't know if I need to do parentheses or not, but we do that. So if sell is unlocked and exposition hasn't been made yet, then we make the option of what do you sell available here. Otherwise, if it's just simply sell unlocked, then we're going to say, oh my goodness. We're going to just show the option of trade as an option. Trade, which will be sale, I guess. We'll go to sale instead. Go directly to the sale. So we got sell intro, we got sale here. Where am I is a dialogue option that loops back and does something. Himmel. And then we'll have who am I? Where am I? What are you doing here? Or who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Where did it go? I don't see a new. Do who are you? We'll just go. My name is. I am Himmel the I just heard a meow. I was like, what's going on? Weaponsmith. Maybe he shouldn't be a weaponsmith because you don't really see him to smith the weapon. I'm Himmel. I have been studying the cave, or I have been exploring the materials of this dungeon to create the best weapon in the world, whatever that is. Something ridiculous, right? So this kind of gives the little thing about like, okay, I have this theory. I want to make this, but I don't have the materials. Can you go get it? Type of thing. Himley. Oh, not Himmel. Pam Teddy says, personal preference translate to too much work most of the time. Yeah. Exactly. Cybold says, many travelers find themselves here, never able to return to the surface. All right. We're going to take that instead. See, this is better than AI. We got straight up viewers. Tiny. You know what? There you go. I am Himley. I have been exploring have been studying the materials of this dungeon to find. No, poor man's AI. Yeah, poor man's AI is just crowdsourcing, but I have the rapid way to crowdsource here. Curse says, what is a plugin you're using? This is my dialogue plugin. You can hear about it on my YouTube channel. Let's see. Semikin says, is he him? I think he is a him. Could change. Cyple says, it was intended to be Himly, like Gimli from the Lord of the Rings. Yeah, but he's a him. Kim Ted says, joke's on you, I'm using ChatGPT for all my messages in chat. Oh no. But what if you don't know what to write to ChatGPT? You got to ask ChatGPT to be like, how do I think? Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh my God. Get out of here. Silly cat. PM Teddy says, hold on, let me chat your PT out. Cooley says, Fig. Yeah, but Fig's gone now. I have been exploring and studying the materials of this dungeon. I hope to find a recipe. Oh, I hope to find the legendary mithril at the depth. How about this? Hold on. I have been exploring and studying the materials of this dungeon. Maybe I shouldn't give all that exposition yet. Creating recipes for weapons. To get us out of here. Maybe? No. That's too generic, I think. I think he's just here for the fun of it. I think he's here for the science of it. Yes, he's stuck here, but he doesn't care. weapons. Dungeon. Creating recipes for weapons. That you can... Nah, probably that's enough. Go back to the dialogue option here. Dialogue options, for example. Okay. When does the cell unlock? I suppose that's the idea here. Cyborg says, all right, I have to head back to work. Good to catch the stream for a bit. Looking forward to seeing the progress on VOD. Thank you, thank you. Bye, Cybold. Welcome. PM Teddy said, not the fastest way to chat, I'll be honest. But I thought AI makes everything better and easier, huh? Disquiet Mind says, whoa, what's that flowchart? Godot beginner here. Haven't seen it before. This is my dialogue manager tool that I created. It's a plugin. If you're already on my YouTube channel. So the link to the plugin and how I use it is available in that video. It might be a little lengthy. There are 2 videos on it, actually. It's probably the best way to learn about it. It's just how I create dialogue in my games. I mean, a lot of people use it and tell me that it's been useful. So, namely, let me see if I can show you the 2 videos on my channel. Let's see. Oh, thanks for the follow. Nafis. Okay. It's this one. This one right here. To get this dialogue system for your Godot game now. And then when I first used it, when I was creating it, it was on this devlog right here. When devlog used to be more chill. I don't make these anymore. I should too, but time. But yeah. Discret says, looks very cool. Been following your card roguelike 3-part series, which has been incredibly helpful for me. Oh, that's nice to hear. Thanks for following along. I do have the definitive roguelike deck builder tutorial that I'm putting together to kind of bookend the, the tutorial series eventually. Okay, so we have this first time through, dialogue option. If it is first time, which I guess it's this here. If it's not first time, I guess, then we want to go directly to the dialogue option, probably. Dialogue options. This one, I do want to say, if it's been already shared, then I think this should probably not be available. So I'll say if where am I has not been talked about, we reveal this option. And I guess I don't even have to do that. And then I'll just say signal flag, where am I? And then this one, if who are you has not been discussed, then we show this. I guess I shouldn't flag until the conversation has been had. So we'll say under the who are you, we'll flag this out as a beginning thing. Signal flag, who are you flag. And then over here, signal flag, where am I? Where am I? So those things will be done. Otherwise, I think, probably have the dialogue option of if both are done. If where am I and who are you is finished, then we're just going to have a regular talk thing going on here. So we'll have talk. And then that's going to have a little bit of hint. I only have weapon recipes, but there used to be a wizard that, hey, oh, whoops, Creative Waste, thanks for the raid. Hey, welcome. We should give it a little shout out to Creative Waste. Welcome, raiders. So sorry that I was really into my thing. Courage says, Ezra, can you say something I'm mod general in? What? I don't know what you were talking about. Sorry, Courage. Semikin says, Ezra, guess what? What? Creative Waste. All right, everyone, go check out Creative Waste if you haven't already. The Holisar says more tarot designs. Deck is almost complete. Creative Raid. Yeah, I see. Creative Waste was working on some tarot cards, I guess. Creative Waste says, hi, Ezra. How are you doing today? I'm doing well. We're just kind of low energy right now. My energy level is rather low, but I think we're making it through. We're creating some dialogues for my NPCs finally for the Dungeon Crawler game because we're working on the hub world and we're working on this, what's his name? Himli the dwarf who sells weapon recipes. I only have weapon recipes, but there used to be a wizard that, or there used to be others here that that had other types of recipes. I haven't seen them. I should probably put that in the separate dialogues like that. I haven't, one by one, they start to disappear. I wonder if they are stuck somewhere or even still alive. And that's gonna be the end of that. Dialogue options. And this one's just kind of something that can repeat. So you can talk and trade. Cool. Creative Waste says, very cool. Yeah. So I guess, what do you call? Accidentally, I'm showcasing my little dialogue plugin, but it's been a while. I had this dialogue plugin made like as one of the first thing I contributed to the Godot community. So here we are. Semikin says, guess what? Chicken butt. Oh my gosh. How old are you? That's not even like a young kid thing anymore. It's our age type of thing. You just revealed your age. But yeah, I hope you had a good time. Creative Waste, do tell me, what did you guys work on? I mean, I guess you don't have to. If you have to raid and dash, I understand. I also understand if you're not even here yet or still. But yeah. Okay, so we have some basic structure here. I got some flagging. This whole first time thing needs to be flagged here. So I'm going to say signal flag this thing. I'm going to namespace it so that each state is within this dialogue only, the scope of this dialogue only, so they are not shared between other ones. So we have some of these things. Okay, now I'm going to create some of these features. selling items to do, and then I'll signal and like so. I think I can do that. I don't know if I'm supposed to put it in quote or if I'm supposed to just kind of write it and it becomes a string. I think this is it, actually. It's been a while. It's been a minute since I used my own dialog plugin, so sometimes these features do confuse me. But I think I'm okay here. Yeah, this is right, I think. Cool. Semikin says, Lamau, I feel so called out right now. Exactly. I can literally tell your age range just by that joke, honestly. I mean, at least you're like plus or minus 4 years of me, right? And I'm 35. So you're either anywhere between 32 to 40. Creative Way says, I indeed do have to raid and run. The kiddos are begging to go swim in. Fun. Okay, I'll be lurking poolside. Sounds great. Go have fun. It's a good day for swimming, I'm sure. It's a little cloudy where I am, but it has been recently. I guess cloudy day is kind of good for swimming, though. Still need sunblock. Don't forget. All right, so we have all the dialogue set up. This file is saved somewhere. I want to have a little dialogue added to this person. And I think I'm going to have to figure this out. There's going to be a lot of cleaning up that I'm going to need to do eventually. It's getting really messy right now. Weapon Recipe Seller is going to have its own script, which is a character body. But I want to be able to add potential dialogue to anyone. This is going to be an NPC. An NPC is going to have a exportable variable called dialogue. And that's a JSON file. And that JSON file can be found under, for me, this one specifically, the Weapon Recipe Seller should be under NPC, Weapon Seller, and I have this JSON file right here. Plug that in. And that's just an information, so it doesn't matter. And this one, group, I need to create, instead of environment, it will be just called NPC. I'm having to create a lot of one-off global thing, and it's probably not the best practice out here. Mars says, I once told my boss I had to go drop the kids off at the pool, and he asked me how long I would be gone. Does your boss not have a kid? I mean, that would make sense. If they don't have children, they wouldn't understand the concept of like, no, you don't just drop them off and be like, all right, have fun, kids. No adult supervision. Though if you're really old, that might also make sense because back in the day, that was not really a requirement. Mars says, I may be too old for anyone to get that comment. No, in my days, they had a different meaning. Lol. Oh, it did? Oh. I mean, the innuendos, I'm guessing. PMT says, it means going to the toilet as. It does it? Oh. That must be really old phrase or something. I'm not familiar with that. As the also the oh, by the way, Disquiet, what do you mean 3-part series? My deck builder series is 4 parts. Is a 4th episode not visible? Hold on. Let me check the see, there's 4th one. Maybe people are really confused about that because it looks different. Hold on. Does it not lead to the 4th episode. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Okay. We'll figure it out. That would explain. I mean, it was a long time before the 4th episode got released, so some people might be really confused. Oh. I think Fake just wants to be in here. Mars says, I am really old. Me too. We're all really old. Hold on. Hold on. In our field, I think we're considered pretty young, no? How old is really old for you guys? I know I've had people in 50s in my channel before. But I myself am not anywhere near 50. I know it's hard to believe, but... Okay, so anyways, hold on, let me focus on this. So the weapon recipe seller is going to have an interactable here. So what we're going to do is, because before the interactable was a class that you extend. And I don't know if the NPC should be an extension of an interactable, or if interactable should be a feature that gets added, right? So I do think, because some of the, I mean, this is the hard part. So we got interactable code here. Crafting table, which is an interactable, and it does all this thing based on this. So technically, I almost want to make it so that the interactable is an extension of this, or inherited version of crafting table. Or it doesn't even have to inherit it. It just needs to extend the code of the interactable, potentially. Would that work? I guess I should. All right, NPC, the weapon seller. This scene specifically, I will make a new one that inherits interactable. How about that? Namely, the crafting table. I might regret this. Am I going to regret it? Potentially. Hold on, let me think about this. Do I make a new version of this? I feel like I'm going to regret this, honestly. You know what? I'm not going to do this. Okay. I'm going to... Don't save this. I'm actually going to make a interactable feature node. So we'll have a regular node that's considered interact manager or interact handler or interact, like, just call it as interactable. You know what? I'm going to just call it interactable. I want to differentiate from what's already existing as interactable character body. Interactable node. And this one's going to have a script called interactable node within this. Class name, interactable node. And some things in these probably requires the area. Player detection area. And then have you should be able to add code to handle interaction. So yeah. So player, hold on. Interactable area, which will be area where the player can interact with the parent node. And then once it interacts, it's going to emit signal saying interaction started. So this will handle focusing and highlighting. And when interaction feature starts, it's going to emit this, and handling of that is done by the node itself. Mars says 42. That's not too bad. I'm only a few years away from you. PM Teddy says I'm 43. Yeah. You guys are just like older brother status for me. Or, I don't know, older non-gendered sibling. MM Diego says, hi, I'm 38 years old. Yeah, well, yeah, it checks out. You're either in college or my age and older, basically, if you're watching me, I think. Pimte says, almost same age. That's probably why I got the pool joke. Courage says, thanks for the follow. Oh, wait, who's following me? Mars. Oh, thanks for the follow, Mars. And MM Diego as well. I keep forgetting. You want to see the demographics? It might have changed since a while back. I want to see my Twitch demographics. I wonder if that's an analytics I can see. See our... hold on. How do I do research? Is it a research? I often struggle with the UI of Twitch. It's not very straightforward for me. Okay, so overview maybe? I wonder if I can do audience. Game Jam. Other channel. I want to see, there's the view by location. How do I do view by age? Clips, viewership? No, live viewership. I know how to do this on YouTube, but I've never done this on the Twitch side. Engagement, maybe? No. Huh, I guess I can't see the age demographics. My viewers, learn more. View and chart. No. I can see view by platforms, and I can see view by location, but no view by age. Well, I tried. Midoriya, hello. Oh, little fig angel. Fig uppies. Oh, I thought it was fig angels, but it's fig uppies. It's cute, isn't it? Mars says, I'm working on a Zelda-ish RPG style game with a friend. Ooh, fun. I would love to hear about it. We are all making games out here. Try to make our ends meet while achieving dreams. A6 says, yo, what you cooking? We're cooking some games. Specifically, we're making roguelike dungeon crawler about weapons or crafting and mining as part of our challenge to use pre-made assets only, because I'm trying to make a devlog with that. Right now, we're working on dialogue for this one NPC that I'm adding. So I'm going to say, hey, add the interactable node here. And what it's going to do, I can just add the area 2D and say this is going to be an interactable area. And this one will live in the interaction, and it doesn't detect anything, but it is monitorable. And we'll add a collision here with some circle, like so. So when player is around this vicinity, it should trigger it. And that means interactable node will take this area. And then the code will basically be saying func focus, func unfocus, and then func activate, which will be handled by the input. And rejecting that is not, eligibility of can you interact or not is not the responsibility of interactable node. Interactable node simply indicates if the interaction has been requested or not, right? Which we have something similar here. Interaction started, focus. So we can do all of this. And I think what we're going to do here is we're probably going to handle some of the basic interactable focus features within the node itself, because that's common one, right? So we can say, how about we do this? We say enum focus behavior. And right now we're only going to have outline. And basically on export of this, we can define our focus behavior. And that's going to be focus behavior here. And obviously by default, we want it to be outline. And then that means we want to make sure we apply certain materials onto, or shader onto the sprites. Thanks for the follow, the bearded Pegasus. Welcome. Midoriya says hi. Hi, Midoriya. Mars says, mine's more of a side hobby. Kids and a wife means I don't have the ability to change career paths at this time. I get it. You know, that's why I feel a little bit more urgent. I'm like, okay, well, yes, I am old, but I don't have a kid and a wife yet. And while I can, I'm going to take as much risk as possible. So that's where I am. But risky business does have a limit. Can't go on forever. But alas. Hey, Freddie. Freddie says, good evening, gamers. Good evening. Hey, welcome, welcome. Every time I see Freddie, I'm like, oh, yes, that other game that we're working on that Freddie made music for, we are going to release it eventually, okay? We just have a bunch of stuff going on. This is not the end. I swear. I promise. Just, you know, this is what happens when you have so much ideas. But, you know, it'll be also a good thing to release when I go, I just released 3 games at the same time on Steam. That's kind of catchy video title. So it's not all bad. Okay, so I suppose we want to provide the sprite that I want to apply the outline to. Or I don't know if I can. If I apply the shader to, because I want to treat all the child sprite of the node to be considered as one. And I don't know if only way to do that is if you do canvas grouping. I want to see if that's the only way to do it. Canvas group, open documentation. Merge several 2D nodes into a single draw operation. Yeah, so it's considered a single draw operation instead of separate. That'll allow me to do that. Which means when you do one of these things, child canvas item nodes of the canvas group are drawn as a single object. It allows to draw overlapping translucent 2D nodes without blending. Yeah. So that the overlaps don't look like it's 2 separate entities, but a single entity. This might be helpful. Sample texture. So it's still using screen texture. It's still using screen texture as kind of source of truth. I do wonder, hold on, I want to see what happens if I do a screen texture onto the character body. So let's say I do visibility here, material. This is just for sample here. This is not going to be the last thing I'm going to do because I never actually done this before. So say, let's see. I guess I could use one of these. And for this one, instead of doing one of these things as a texture specific thing, I do screen specific thing. Because technically, well, it depends on what it's considering a screen. Screen texture is going to yell at me being like, hey, don't use screen texture. It's going to be like, hey, use this instead, which is uniform sample 2D. So I got to do that. Uniform sampler 2D screen texture, hint screen texture, filter linear mip map. Because I don't, okay, so I have a feeling that the screen texture is the entire screen, not just like, I don't know if it considers just the boundaries of the node as the UV or if it considers the entire screen as the UV. Like, I don't know if it's relative or, you know, so we'll see. So we have this screen texture thing going on. Nothing's happening to the sprite itself. So I think it's already indicative that it's not really considering this as a screen texture. Color will be outline of that. If it is 0, then we're coloring it. Yeah. Let's see. I don't know if it's the canvas group is the only way to do, because okay. I mean, what I want to do is I want the interactable node to take in the thing that I'm going to apply the shader to and add the material to it and say, hey, this is the behavior of the interactable. Because if that's not what it can do, then I have to manually basically give the appropriate shader and say, hey, this one only works if it has this shader as part of it, you know? I'm trying to see if there's a generalizable way to do this. Freddie says, I would click on that video for sure. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Dark says, hello. Hello, Dark. Dark score. Cooley says, hey. Chris says, why isn't your interactable node just an area 2D? Curious why you're using an extra node instead of inheriting it directly. You know, that's a good question. So I do have, so look, I do have a direct inheritance. So I'm testing this out right now. So I used to have this like direct inheritance thing, but like more and more I am using this. Some of the features of the interactable, I want to be able to turn on and off on different places. And they're not always the same thing. Sometimes it's a rigid body, sometimes it's a character body. It's just some node thing. So that means I wish I could just like add interactability as a feature as part of the node to any node, and I just populate its property to make it work, as opposed to having to recode everything all over again if it's kind of like a similar behavior. I guess technically you are right. Interactable area can be that, because any interactability might require area, but what if it doesn't? What if the interactability is not area dependent and it has different types of interactability? I almost feel like I'm doing too much generalization now, but you know, you see what I'm trying to do, at least, I guess. So that's why I'm kind of experimenting with like this. Instead of inheriting or extending interactability, what does it look like if I say I drop an interactable feature into the node as a component, like a feature component, as opposed to thing. Darkside says composition is so easier than inheritance. Yes, to manage. And so like that's what I'm saying. Like there is a pros and cons. I think there is a pro in inheriting, but I do want to see it as a composition, see what I can do as an interactable composition. So right now, so far, I have interactability so that the area can be defined individually by any node, which I guess, to be fair, right now it always requires area 2D, so it can be an extension of area, but I don't want to be I want it to be its own thing real quick and see what that does. And then the behavior, right? The focus behavior, I want to be able to also control, like, hey, this is the outline behavior. It's going to do this behavior, do that behavior. How do you make it so that the materials... So right now, each sprite needs a very specific material with very specific code. You can't piecewise shader, right? Can you piecewise shader? I'm guessing you can't. I think. But I guess you could also say every stuff like outlining, I should do that on the individual sprite, I think, right? So I don't know. So I feel like potentially you need to really make a single material heavy duty. So if the focus behavior is outline, and I say, hey, on focus, if it is outline behavior, right? So for example, match, all right, it doesn't even have to be match. I can do multiple. So if say focus behavior is focus behavior outline, for example, then I do one thing. And then I do another thing here. It'll need the access to the thing it can outline. So I think, oh yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this makes this messier. I don't know. Can you, I guess it can be a node. It's like, focus target is a node 2D, I guess. And so we can do focus target material as shader material. Set shader parameter outline true. Something like that, I guess. Or this will make it false. I'll do this actually. I'm just going to do it more exclusively. Let's say I do that. So potentially, if I have a sprite here, and then I give it that material, which is interactable for now, I think, yeah. I guess this material, I wonder if I have a pre-saved material. No, I don't. I probably should make one. But let's say I make it something like that. I don't know. We'll see. Focus target will be this. Behavior is outline. And so it's going to be interactable. It's going to focus when this thing... Oh, right. So now we have this assigned. Interactable area is assigned. And that means we can connect this behavior. On export, it's setting its connection value. So interactable area will equal to value. And then I think we can say area entered or body entered. I guess I could do both, huh? Technically. But what if there's... What if there's a need for toggling, right? If there, so hold on. Let me think about this. Because if there's multiple interactables, I'm not going to highlight all of them, right? And so that multiplexing is being done by the player character right now, the way I'm doing it, right? So if I go to the player character, I'm already doing the whole thing. I'm adding this like new feature kind of unnecessarily at this point, but we'll see where it goes. So we have this like interaction area. The player has an interaction area that it's like, hey, can I interact with you or not? And it says, hey, whenever the area gets entered on interaction area, like I don't even need the interactable. It just does the thing. It just calls on that interactionable right now to be like, hey, you're interactable. You just focus and unfocus. And the way I'm filtering it is by having a collision layer for specific interaction only. And then the way it's calling focus is just by getting the parent and then calling the focus on it. And I guess that in itself is not necessarily, it's not necessary for it to be an interactable or not interactable. Yeah, I don't know. I think a bin composition right now is kind of more of a headache than inheritance, unfortunately. Because you get the area. Area doesn't have any information other than the fact that it's owned by a certain entity and the parent. And then the fact is that the parent is the interactable, and parent says, hey, can you do some feature called focus? And then it has to be like, yes, here's a focus. So I think it needs to be actually, so for example, do one of these and say this is interactable right now. We're going to get rid of the interactable node. Interactable node. Interactable node is officially a failure, so I'm going to get rid of this. And then it just extends it. It already has focus and unfocus thing. I just need to implement these. And this gets triggered on the parent. It's going to be like, hey, do this thing. And the sprite on focus will simply do the whole, hey, sprite 2D material, set shader parameter or param. I don't know. I'm going to have to shader per material parameter and say outline equals true. And then on unfocus, we're going to say false. Easy enough. And when it activates, it's probably going to activate the dialog instead. Interaction started is over here. The way I'm handling interaction started, let's see. I'm doing it in the level, I think. Hub level. Interaction started is handle interaction. And it's going to do all of these things. If it is a crafting table, it does a blah, 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 blah. I guess technically I could provide interaction type and variable. So for example, here on player character, if what is it? If weapon seller gets activate, it probably should trigger a dialogue. And the dialogue signal, the dialogue started signal okay. So NPC is going to have a signal called dialog started. And it's going to provide the dialog node or dialog resource. And that is dialog resource. I don't know if I need to actually. I don't really remember. Dialog resource, load from JSON, yeah. Load new, load from JSON. And then it's going to take dialog JSON here. Dot data. This is going to be loaded. So we'll say var dialog resource will equal to this. And dialog resource will have, we'll load the data and then we'll emit this. Deactivate doesn't do anything currently. Let's see if that works. So we're going to activate it. It's going to focus and unfocus. When it activates, it's going to request that dialog has started. Technically, in order for connecting the dialog started thing, I wonder if I should be like, oh, if there's any NPCs in this map, connect the dialog started. I suppose I could. Rogue mine hub level. So on the hub level, well, actually, let me do the hub room. Hub start room. Let's say I create the weapon seller real quick. What is it? Oh, yes. Add him. Let's say I put this guy over here, for example. And then in the, well, first of all, let's see if it breaks by adding him. I gotta get to all the way to him though. Aha! I am powerful. Oh, wait, what happened to my other rock? One of my weapons are gone now. That's not what used to happen. Okay. Some bug is happening here. Not sure what they are, but this is the first time that happening. I gotta fix that probably. This must be the hardest tutorial level out there. There you go. Okay. Start. Okay, he's here. Interaction. Okay, cool. And then I think if I press A, it should probably come over here. A. Yes. Okay. So it is coming here, and it's going to do whatever it needs to do. Nice. Dialog window. Shouldn't be that difficult, I think. So the way I'm going to do it is in the level. I don't know if I should do it on the level, but let's see. Whenever I load the game, because I want to do the dialogue and actually on the higher resolution, because I want the text to be in the different resolution. I probably, anytime I load a new scene, and it has been completely loaded. So I suppose level should have a signal, I think. Base level should have signal says load complete or level loaded. Because I want to do the whole connection thing after the level has finished loading. So restart is fine. Obviously here we got the start level thing, which I don't think we are awaiting on anything here. Yeah. Start level. Save state has been done. Register player for update. All of this is done. We're going to omit this here. Otherwise, we're going to omit it on this. Corey says, this is looking good. Thank you. We're getting there slowly. Rogue Mine, I think what we're going to do here is on show hub, show level. I guess we can level load it here. We could even do it at the base later, but we'll see. Another thing we can add to this to help with the whole situation of sync issue. We can have var is loaded to be false always. The start, it's false. And then once it's done, it's going to be true. Same thing here. Then once it's done, set it to true here. And so that way we can do a flag check before awaiting so that it's not forever stuck on it. Is loaded. Pretty sure there's a better way to do this, but I wonder if like the ready would be specific enough to do that, because some of the features, because I could be like, is node ready? And then like all these functions are going to be running within the ready anyways. So if it's loaded, if it's ready, that means it's loaded. So we don't have to add this new flag. But in the case of restarting a scene, that might be an issue. So I don't know. We'll see. And then the restart as well, I guess. That would be a problem. Because if I'm restarting, I'm clearing everything, and I'm not going through the top level load features. And then the signal is being handled by the upper level. So I need to make sure probably instead of doing this, we should probably have like a function called unlevel load. Honestly, because regardless of the order, like when it's happening, I want this level to, I want the dialog connection to happen when the level is loaded. And this should happen as a connection to the signal. So on the ready, I would say hub. Thanks for the follow, friend of Felvis. Welcome. Hub level, we're going to say level loaded as a signal, and we're going to connect that to on level load. Probably even before doing the ready. I'll do it like here. And then same thing over here on the base level. And I'm going to do a really simple dialog handling here. Not going to even do the on map dialog, the one that follows the characters within the game. Panel container, hold on, panel container. So say this is the dialog container for now. And I suppose this can be center, bottom, container sizing. It doesn't really matter for now. I'm going to say this is going to be 200 by 200 for now. And we'll lift it up a little bit. And we'll just put label down here with some margin. Theme override. We'll do, I don't know what the appropriate dialog box would be. I'm not going to even worry about this right now. I'll say center, center, and then container sizing, it'll fill like this. So it does one of these things. And then this would be dialog. It shouldn't be labeled, I think. It should be a VBox container. And basically, I think I've done something like this before where I have a dialog, easy dialog reader. I think. Oh, I should probably do the child of this. So I'll do easy dialog reader here, add this, and basically connect this behavior to the dialog container. So it would say on signal, I should probably attach dialog container under UI, and then new folder dialog. Create a container here. And I'm going to connect all the dialog stuff here. Custom signal received. Yep, yep. Connect. And then on dialog generated and on end of the dialog received, that's not going to do anything, but it's okay. So what we're going to do here for now, if response text, then we'll say VBox container. We'll say cleanup function clear container. For child in container, get children. Probably just remove child from the container. Move child. And then child will be queue free here. So we'll clear container on receipt. And then if there's a text, then we'll just simply add a new label. This will be replaced later, I think. Guess I don't even need to do that, but equals response.text. It doesn't matter. I'm going to do this for now. And it's just going to add it, clear it, and edit. The choices, I'm not going to worry about this just yet. The signal received, it's not going to do anything. Maybe it doesn't need to do something here. So whenever it sees a variable function, okay, I'm going to make it so that it checks the state variable. So on the dialog handling on level load, I'm going to get tree and get nodes in group called NPC. And as NPC, well, for each, I guess, for NPC in this. NPC as NPC is going to have a dialogue started, and that signal will be connected to func on dialogue requested. So it'll connect to that, connect to the callable on dialogue requested, which will have dialogue file, which will be dialogue resource as that. And when that request happens, we're going to say easy dialogue start, start dialogue. This, hold on. Oh, it requires just JSON instead of the resource. Interesting. Oh, I guess I don't need to convert it. I wonder if there's a new thing. JSON load from JSON serialize, I guess. I guess I could do that. Create some JSON versions of it. And then provide this. I suppose I could just turn this into a JSON instead. So I do that. That means I got to correct the NPCs here. NPCs, we're going to do this as a JSON, so I don't even have to convert this anymore. Just do one of these things. Okay, when the dialogue is submitted on this, it's going to say, hey, start the dialogue with the state. We're going to make it very specific state here. We're going to grab the state manager, state game, hold on, game state, because I want to make a scoped state. Well, I have a misnomer here. I have a config and a state, so I guess it's a state. Probably say var dialog states, which is going to be a dictionary. And basically, I guess I should put it down here. Func get dialog state. Dialog namespace. And basically, if this has the namespace, if it doesn't, we're going to create an empty one on top of it. Dialog namespace. Like that. And then we're going to return that. Luckily and unluckily, it will not duplicate, meaning if I change any contents of this dictionary, the source will change automatically without having to call the updates. I don't like it, but it's what it's going to do. I wish I could do more restrictive immutable, so I'm not going to confuse myself, but alas, the way GDScript handles this is like everything is mutable. So that's just something I need to remind myself is what's going to happen here. So instead of this, we're just going to go game state, get dialog state, and provide game namespace. Is going to just simply go caller, which is going to be a string here. And the caller I need to define on connection. So I'll say bind the NPC. I guess, NPC name, like so. NPC name is going to be something that I can define here. Export var NPC name. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Vilmer. Vilmer? Hey, another goal reached. Look at us, we're making it. And then this one is going to be a weaponsmith. Weaponsmith or weapon seller. Weapon recipe seller. I'll just call him Himley, or I'll just call him Himley, like that. Boom. Valmir says, hello, Valmir. We're making our roguelike dungeon crawler, just in case you're wondering, and we're working on our dialogue using my dialogue plugin at the moment. I'm just trying to test this ASAP. So we got the dialogue starting out, blah, blah, blah. We have the namespace, so it's going to grab the state. We need to handle signal now. So, I believe on the dialog container, on custom signal, we can split this params, which is going to be pect array, but it's okay. It's not going to be a variant, actually. It's going to be string. And we'll say split it with comma here. And basically the command, if params or command is going to be a string, which is going to be the first element of this. If command is a flag, then we're flagging a variable. Our variable equals, or variable name equals params1. Basically, we'll set the state, which will be game state. I suppose I should pass the state too. I wonder if I can grab the state from the dialog. I think so, actually. Can I get state from here? So I can say, oops, dialog container, easy dialog. We can go state reference. I don't know if I copied this or not. Yeah, it's not a duplicate. It just grabs it directly. So I think I can do that. So state reference, we're going to grab the get variable name. Or we're going to set the variable name to true because we're just flagging it. I want to see if this does anything interesting at the end. And once that does it, we should at least provide the first one. So it's going to run this, nothing's going to happen. If it is first time, meaning we want to have first time done. Okay, so if this is going to flag false, it's going to come here, it's going to try to execute this command and then go through the first time intro. Otherwise, it's going to go directly to the dialog option. Yeah, okay. And that should be okay. And first time through is going to do one of these things. On pause, it's going to have some choices. All right, so I can handle that, but I'm not going to worry about that just yet. I just want to see a first line of text coming through on an interaction. And then we can do the rest later. My super rock is no longer available. There's definitely a bug where it's getting rid of my weapons when the new weapon gets added. So I need to figure that out. Oh, I know what's happening. Yeah. I'll figure that out later. Because I made it so that some of the items don't persist between the title and the hub level, or title and the tutorial. That the rock I gave during the title level is gone by the time the second level loads. That's what's happening. Okay. Okay. Oh. Can't find expression first time done in the state reference. It's supposed to evaluate this. Can't find expression first time done. Yeah, because it doesn't exist. It's supposed to interpret it as false, though. I mean, it does, I think. It's just a warning. And then it comes over here. Let me see if it actually at least emits this and this. Okay, it comes here, clears a container. Response has something. Oh, response is empty? Huh. Okay. Let me see what's going on here. Boom. Response. Object has no text. Interesting. Why it comes here? Oh, because it evaluates. Hold on, but I added this test. If it evaluates as false, it needs to trigger the signal first and then come here. Well, some debugging needs to be done on the my dialog plugin, it seems. I thought I added test cases for those. Unless I'm like using it wrongly. Like not as meant to be. But that makes no sense to me. Like if it doesn't work as I assume it should work, then it should be fixed, is how I see it. Okay. This is such a difficult tutorial, boss. I really need to work on this. All right, there you go. Okay, I'll come over here. Load. So I was supposed to receive this first, but I got this first instead. That means the logic didn't really run here. But it did, because it came all the way here and it's like, hey, all of these things aren't working because it evaluated this. Can't find expression, where am I? And it didn't really pause then, even though it was supposed to. First time intro. Unless it went straight to, oh, wait, hold on. Oh, it evaluated as false. This whole thing got evaluated as false. Because it didn't exist. Ah, okay. Poopmaker says that tutorial boss looked tough, not gonna lie. Yeah, it was pretty tough. Hi, Manisha. Oh, Manisha, I didn't realize. Sorry. Whoa, my gosh, there was a raid. When did it happen? Oh my goodness. Not me not paying attention. This happens all the time. Hey, Manisha. Welcome, raiders. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. This happens to the best of us, doesn't it? Manisha Game Dev. We got a little shout out for you. As you can see, I am full on into focusing on my game right now. Trying to figure it out. I hope you had a great 12-hour, was it? Yesterday, right? You said 12-hour stream. I mean, you were like 8 hours in, but you seemed like you weren't thrilled about 4 more hours, I think. I hope you did well and you got good rest. Thanks for the follow, Poopmaker. Thanks for the follow, Bethane. Or is it Bethane? Wait, Bethane. I think I'm saying that's right. Nafis says, I'm learning Godot and I really appreciate the way you talk through your code and debugging. Very helpful. Oh, thank you. Thank you for watching. And thank you for providing feedback here is always helpful to me to help you. It helps me help you better. Mars says, time to head home. Bye, Mars. Manisha says, as his should be. I am focusing, yes. Pootmaker says, that tutorial boss looked tough, not gonna lie. Yes, yes, yes. Manisha says, yeah, yesterday was crazy. The last 4 went fast. Bethany. Oh. How am I supposed to know? A-N-E is pronounced Ain for the most part, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, so something about this is kind of funky. So this is my own dialogue plugin in Godot. I don't know if you guys use Godot. I think you don't. You use Unity? Am I reading that correctly? I don't know, actually. I don't remember. It shows how much I pay attention. I'm so sorry. Bethany lol. Demonic Tree says, Bethamphetamine. I like that one. So I'm working with my dialogue plugin that I created, but it seems like there is a bug, which kind of sucks. I don't like it. It's a problem. It's definitely a problem because some of these expressions are not being properly evaluated, because I made a change so that it gets evaluated as false if it doesn't exist. But now it's considering the whole thing as a variable name instead of evaluating not unless. So why is it doing that? Why is it evaluating the whole thing as a string instead of dialog option can't find expression? I'm gonna have to debug this. It used to not do this. So this must be a 4.4 and above issue, which is a pretty big issue if you ask me. It's not a small issue. I'm a little bit annoyed. So we'll do this. All right. I have my dialog reader here, and I want to see where the expression evaluation is getting messed up. So we're retrieving the value. If the value doesn't exist, I think it should just evaluate it, but then it's not splitting it properly, I think. So we're injecting the variable to the text. And if the variable doesn't exist, we say we value it as false, I think. Command type prompt. Command type should be conditional here. Go to conditional here. So I want to come here and test this out. I gotta resume first, I think. Resume this. All right, go here. A comes here, conditional type. Yes. We get the expression. Expression is not first time done. Evaluate conditional expression. So we go in here, into it. The string is that. Properties. There's nothing here, right? Because state reference right now is empty state. We're going to create a new expression. The working expression right now is this. Require variable pattern. We try to replace some of the things. Match result is empty. The regex returns empty. So there's nothing to replace for the expression. The match result have single match. Comes through. We extract a pattern. First time done is the pattern we're looking for. If this pattern's value is true or false, then we do this, but variable doesn't exist, I think. So it's going to skip over. Where am I says, hi, how was your day? What are you making? I'm working on my roguelike dungeon crawler right now. I'm working on the hub world, and hub world requires some NPCs. By the way, this dungeon crawler is about crafting and mining. So we're breaking things, collecting resources, and we want to craft things. Right now, the hub world is where you buy recipes for your crafting table that you can re-roll later. But this is my first dialogue that's happening within the game, and it's already kind of broken. My dialogue plugin seems like it's fairly broken currently for some reason, even though I tested it several times. So unless they change the expression logic, I don't see why it would be doing that. So we'll see. So we got the extracted pattern here. Nested result. Require variables is empty. Variable match got nothing here. So first time done is the variable we want. And we go through. And variable doesn't exist, essentially. So if it is null. And if the value is not a string, which is not the case, we're going to stringify the value, which is null. And now the null has been expressed as parentheses null. Maybe that might be the issue. And working expression is this. We're going to replace the variable called first time done with this. And that is the issue. I think it needs to... That's new, right? The null used to be not stringify as bracket null. I might have to make this dialog plugin correction, actually. CD Godot project, CD easy status, git branch, git branch. Yeah, I think we need some emergency fix here. Dash git pull. Log is already up to date. Update project to 4.4. Git checkout main. This one is 4.3 related stuff. Git pull. Yeah, I think I need to make some changes here. Checkout dev. Yeah. Seems like I do need to make some fixes for 4.4, it seems. We'll see. We'll see if it fails my tester. Let's see. PM Teddy says, not to be confused with the more popular mining and crafting game. This is about crafting and mining. Clearly very different. Yeah, exactly. Not same at all. Very different. It's called Craft Mine, not Minecraft. A new thing. A whole new thing. It's its own thing. Jokes aside, it has nothing to do with it. It just happens to be crafting and whatnot. All right, I'm going to run this tester real quick. Should be okay. Test main. Yeah. I think this is the only test I need to run. So let's see if it fails. Because it has all the conditionals and stuff like that. I think so. Oh, man. Okay, how do I make it work so that it's both? It works both in 4.4 and 4.3. Because I think what they did is that they changed that null string. It used to be just null. Now it's in the triangle bracket. So that needs to be probably changed here. We got failed assertion here. And failed assertion on a visited node tester. Okay. Assert. Yeah. Test node visited tester. I'm testing the tester. It says assertion failed on node visit test. Oh man. Something else broke. Okay. Seems like I need to make some updates on the dialog manager. I suppose there might have been issues open on this. Where am I says, what is your thought on GDScript Pythonic style syntax, indentation versus brackets? I like brackets better. I just kind of work with this anyways, because GDScript is Pythonic. I mean, I can work with it, I guess. That's the what it comes down to it. But bracket is just less prone to error, in my opinion. All right. Well, it seems like we are taking a turn. I'm going to close this so that I don't crash. To fix our dialog plugin real quick. So it was stable and working as far as last time I tested it was on 4.3. But this 4.4 right now, clearly some of the unit tests I have written is failing. Namely, right now it's failing on node visit test. I want to see what test that is. Node visit test is, let's see, node visit test. Yeah, this one. Assert only this node is visited. And it visits 2 nodes visit. So it goes in here, immediately transition without pause. So it visits the next one. And it visited 2 nodes, second nodes. Hold on, let me see. Start 2 nodes flow. What is going on with this test? Oh, it's okay. So I'm seeing if it bypasses and visits immediately. And it didn't. This could potentially be the issue with the node visits information history saver. I wonder if this fails on the main version. All right, let me pause this real quick. I'm going to close this. I'm going to switch branch to main because if it also fails here, it's going to be a problem. Cooley says, who tests the tester testing the tester? It's test all the way down. Man, I guess I should have tested for the 4.3. Wait, it didn't fail before. I checked it for 4.4 before. That's why I made it that updated branch. Shoot. This is going to be... How am I going to go through regression testing for this then? Ugh. Man, this is not what I meant to do, but I know there are people who are struggling out there, so... It's for the people. I must do this. For Gotham. Okay, yeah, it's still failing on the same one. So the assertion right now is it's checking the history stack right now for this one particular. Dialog reader, dialog visit history, which gets updated based on this. And we push to the front of it the size. I guess it depends on the stack size. What is it by default? It's 100 by default. So why is it not updating? History stack. Oh, wait. The history stack is there. Node visit test. Oh. The first node that got visited is not recorded for some reason. Well, it shouldn't have to. Wait, this is a wrong... Right, because this shouldn't be considered visited. We start the test. We resume with the choice. Then the first node isn't visited. This was always broken. Wait, what? Yeah. The test is wrong. Wait, how did it ever pass? Hold on. No visit test. It pauses here. It considers it as visited. It's going to say continue. It visits this and this. So only these 2 should be recorded. So that test is wrong. So I actually need to update that like that. All right, rerun. And all the other tests are passing though. Because we have the conditional transition here where null as conditional, hold on, test null variable injection right here. Let's see, null variable injection. Razor says, your patience. Your patience? Oh, your patient tests the tester of the tester. How many testers can we get into? Where am I says, I don't think GDScript is great language. They made lots of mistake when they designed it and after. It fails when your project gets to 10K lines level. I prefer C++ or C# for managed. Yeah, you know, I mean, that's one of the regrets I have. I don't use the C# with the Godot just because I was like, you know what, GDScript was designed for people here and it does most of it. And if something breaks while using GDScript and if we make improvements, then I felt like I'm contributing to the community by discovering those things. And I ultimately want GDScript to be able to handle most, if not all of the things for an actual game. But yeah, you know, when you're making real games, sometimes you can't just wait on fixes to come through. Okay, the ISO is a little bit too bright now. My face is like lit. Where my also says, is the error from the plugin or how your code uses it? Potentially. I mean, this tester right now is test for the plugin function. So right now what we're having issues with is this one, from what I can tell. It's like it's not evaluating empty states correctly, in my opinion. Now we're on a 4.4, and this assertion right now, the test null variable injection, is test variable injection in text, which test variable injection in text. It's not found. What is it? What is it actually called? This one right here. Oh, it's injecting the text. What about conditional? Injecting conditional. Do I have tests for that? Test nested variable conditional. Test missing nested variable. Some variables is a nesting. How about just regular test? Test custom signal. Test conditional transition. I think that's it, actually. Test conditional transition. And this one, we have a state with some test variable. I'm going to go to that one real quick. And then the test variable, it'll go true transition target. But I do believe I should have one where, I should have one where it's null, where it's just empty test. It doesn't. Oh, missing variable. See this one. Thanks for the follow, Adwina. Where am I says, great stream, gonna sub. Hopefully I get to catch your stream in the future too. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the sub. I'll see you around. Military says, I see you've solved the traveling merchant algorithm. Huh? Traveling merchant algorithm. Deserator says, patience. Oh, tester of testing of testing. Okay, so it's this one, see, look, base conditional display. And I have a state variable that's completely empty, meaning some of the variables are not available. And then I want that case to evaluate as not true. So over here, if I look at this base conditional display, right here, what it's going to do is if test variable is evaluated as false, it's going to come here and do this. Oh my goodness. Does not work. Because this evaluates as false. This evaluates as false. But this also evaluates as false. I need one more test. Okay, cool. I think I know what I need to test for now. We need to test for a conditional case where the conditional is not truthy, but falsy. So let's add that real quick. All right, we found a new bug. That's definitely something that's not been tested. A bunch of UID updates. Okay, well, go dev dash pop. All right, we're gonna do here. We fixed the test, add git commit test fixed the test case that was wrongly asserting visited node. And then the new change I need to add is we want to test the inverse case. So on this, I'll just add a new test case, honestly. So we'll go test not conditional display and say resulting texts are, and then go if some variable and say some variable is false. And go next. I guess I could do it here. Else some variable value is true. And in this case, I come over to the script, create a new test, function test, not conditional test, or I already have test in there. And we're going to have a test name, do all this. The test name is this. And then we're going to have first test for false evaluation for existing variable. And that will be some variable, right, will equal to true here. And then we're going to do rerun the test as false afterwards. We're going to set the states, start the test for these things. We're looking for resulting texts are assert response. We're asserting the response to have empty choice, and this we're expecting it to the end of the dialogue. This is true, so we'll say this. And then we want to rerun this test, right? Hold on. Jeez. Cooley says, how many times have you said test in the past 10 minutes? Probably a lot. Cannot count. Military says, the algorithm is which way you go to visit every node in the shortest amount of time. It's a geometry computing program. Oh, that one. Isn't that one where you're like not lifting the pencil type of thing? I don't know. Does sound familiar. I'm pretty sure that's not solvable, right? Is it an NP problem? Sounds like an NP problem. Dead end choice. Okay, so I'm trying to remember how I use my testers here. Okay, await tester, assert response. Can I just restart the test by just Yeah. Starting the test? I think so. Oh, wait, start test. Yeah. So on this case, we're asserting this. I think we can set the states again, new states, where we go state some variable. We'll set it to false now. And then we want to start the test. Thanks for the follow, Sith Conic on Twitch. Welcome. As you can see, I'm somewhat occupied with this issue. So we're testing that it's false evaluation. I want this to pass first before I do the null check, because I know for a fact that the null's not working right now. And then I got to add this test case onto this list of callables. It's been saved. Let's see. Okay. Test not conditional. I think that means it's passed. Now I can't, excuse me. I get a little paranoid, so I want to make sure it fails. So I'm going to flip this flag and rerun it to see what it looks like if it fails. Yeah, failed. It's saying that it was supposed to evaluate to this, but it didn't. So I know that the test is working correctly. So do that. So the last test is test for valuation. I'll probably write here tests conditional with not evaluation. All right, and then we need a null check here. State erase some variable, and this is going to be missing variable should evaluate as true, which I know for a fact that it'll fail, but we'll see. Some variable test assertion result. This should be true, but it will fail, right? Boom. Yep, it failed at the end here. Some variable is true. Oh, wait. It evaluated correctly. Hold on. Did it work? Maybe I'm just using it wrong. Like this worked, I think. Hold on. Test main. Going to the test cases. Missing variable. So variable is missing. Oh, I didn't restart the test. We got to restart the test. And then once the test starts, we want this to evaluate as true, false. There you go. Yes. Okay, it did fail, as expected. It says expected response was resisting toxics are false, but it evaluated as true instead. Yeah, because the whole thing went missing. So we're going to fix that. Get status, get add. We need to, let's see. Milichek says, Google Wikipedia claims it is NP hard. Yeah. I just remember that problem in the context of learning when I was learning NP problems. Okay, so now I need to fix this. During the evaluation, so what's happening here is that there's that triangle null evaluation that happens during the insertion. And that whole thing is evaluating it as false. So during the reader, when we're injecting, not injecting, but evaluating expression on the conditional, we're trying to do this. expression comes through. It tries to replace the variable. The variable, when it gets replaced over here, it's stringifying, I think, as null. So I wonder if I can, hold on. I want to isolate that test real quick. So I'm going to comment out everybody except that. While I have a breakpoint there, or a variable, run this. So when we come here, require variables, okay, at least it's extracted the variable correctly. So say, go over here, is it an array? It's not. From the state reference, oh, wait, why does it, oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so that's the first time. Second time around, we're evaluating for some variable, and then the state reference is false. That's right. Go through. Third time is where it's a null case. We come here, is empty, is looking for a variable called some variable. The value would be null. It comes down here. It is not a string, so it's going to stringify this. We need probably one more case where it says if it is null. If value is not the case, right? And that's either false or null, doesn't matter. Then we need to express this value as, I guess we could do it like that, false. I think. Because this will catch for the null case, I think. I want to see if there's any other place this is happening here. Let's see. All right, cool. Run this. I'm just going to get rid of the checks here. Execution resumed and it froze. Where's it freezing? Oh, it's not freezing. It passed. Okay, cool. It's passing. I think it's working now. So I think I fixed that. All right. Cool. Or get fix not evaluation for conditional statement was, hold on, fix the wrong conditional evaluation of not when the variable is missing from the state dictionary. Okay. We're still on dev, I think. Git wrench. Git wrench, everyone. Okay. Before I push this in, I'm going to copy this plugin over to the other plugin. So, yeah, can I now open like that? To see if it works on my project now. Geez. I don't usually do test-driven programming for my own stuff, but this one is public-facing since I release it for people to use. That's why I do tests first. For most cases, I don't do that. I don't follow my best practices. Where am I says, have you tried using breakpoint before the bug occurred and go through the code step by step to pinpoint the source of the bug? Dude, yes, and it's tedious. I wouldn't recommend doing that, obviously. But sometimes you have to because you're like, I don't know where the bug is happening, and there's like thousands of codes, and you're like, where is it happening? That's kind of part of the skill sets, though. You get better at, for sure. Warma says, I don't think TDD is great at this stage of development, prototype or early development. It is better used after you build a system inventory combat to ensure that system stability. Yeah, of course. But the dialog plugin, I've released it as a packaged thing, and I want to release it as the SFPEC in the SSOR. So that's why I started adding tests, because that's kind of part of the, I would think that is part of the requirement. I wouldn't, and as there's like a rapid version updates, I didn't know, I didn't want to like have to manually test everything every time I release a new version or every time I do a fix. So I wouldn't do test driven for prototyping most of the time for my own projects. This one is an exception because this is a dialog plugin that I publicly published that people are actually using. There are some small studios that are using my plugin as well. So I know for a fact because they donate to me being like, thank you. I'm like, oh, thanks. $15. Let's see. Military says thanks for the follow. Micheland and Fromage. For Fromage. Military says the algorithm in which way? Yeah, we saw that. Fortunately, you know better, Kappa. Are you trying to simplify a very complex problem or other way around? Dialog plugin, I think, is simplifying a complex problem. I like it because I like working on my dialogue while focusing on the dialogue aspect only and being able to use my own scripting language for it. Anyways, hold on. Just give me a second. Let me copy this real quick. So add on, copy, go to project, rogue mine, somewhere in here. And then I can just paste it over here, I think. Replace. Reload from disk. Okay. So now the dialogue itself should evaluate properly and give me at least a single text, I think. Yeah, let me see. And then I can update it and go see if anybody posted this issue. I know for a fact that there's been stacking issues on the plugin that people are posting and that I've been ignoring because I was like, I'll work on it. I've been in the kind of keep the light on mode for a while because, you know, content making and plugin development is a bit of a work. Okay. Military says, every time I try to work on a project with dialogue, it gets canceled. Oh, shoot. I forgot that I actually have to, this is a terrible way to test. In order for me to actually test the feature that I'm trying to test, I have to beat the boss. Now, this is a motivation to fix a bug at once. No, I'm not going to make a shortcut for it. It works. I'm also getting good at the game at the same time. All right, here we are. Okay. Breakpoint here, blah, blah, blah. I don't give a shit. Yes! Oh, a new adventure. Okay, so text is working. The whole null evaluation is working. I've confirmed the feature. Now I come here, and then I can proudly go git status. It's still in dev. I think I can get push real quick. I can get check out main, git merge dev. And then hopefully, oh, well, that's a 4.4 change. Okay. Push. Oh, authentication failed. Okay. I don't remember how to refresh my authentication. We're proud. Let's see. At least let me go let me go through the Git and see if there's any issue that people are reporting, being like, "Hey, this is not working. Please fix it." Let's see. Unable to load add-on scripts from path. Get display text in dialog node potentially not working correctly. No classes like is present while using C#. Ugh. Back to previous sentence in Node. End of dialog, reach signal firing correctly. That can't be really helped. Oh, gosh. How do I guess nobody else really reported that, huh? I need to figure... I'll do the auth later. Actually, can I merge dev from here instead of doing it from the branch? So I don't have to worry about that. Bethany says, heading out. Thanks for stream. I haven't seen much Godot development, so has been interesting to watch. Oh yeah, no problem. Thanks for hanging out. Where am I says, great work. What programming language are you using at work and what's your preferred one? Well, so my day job right now is this. So this is my work. However, mere 2 years ago, and for 10 years, I guess over decades, actually, a little bit more than 10 years, I worked with Java mostly because I worked at Amazon, then Google's, and a lot of the backend system kind of just prefer in big companies Java. So I was mostly on Java. For when I was working in voice assistant space, I did have to work with TypeScript because that was the... at the time, Node.js and TypeScript was the choice language for web-based programming. But right now, I'm just GD script in a way. Now, the thing is, how am I... Hold on. That's kind of weird. How is it that I can push to dev but not on to main? What was the authentication issue again? I didn't really read. Another raid. Reacher Squarity. Am I saying that right? Hello. Reacher says, hello, here's Tiny Raid. Thank you. I appreciate all raids. Here, I'll follow you. Follow. We'll give you an appropriate shout out here. Shout out. Reacher Squarity. And if I see you around next time I finish my stream, I'll be able to raid you. But yeah. Yo Davido says, still is for a lot of places, including my current gig. Yeah, Java, I mean, it's hard to move away from Java just because it's just kind of stable. A lot of people use it. Also, there was a time period where most of the major school was Python to Java pipeline. Any college was basically teaching that as their main object-oriented programming course, essentially. So it's safe bet to know that everybody knows it. As a company, it's less risky. Kodo says, hi. Hi, Kodo. Yeah. What is it saying? It says, support for password authentication was removed on... Oh. So I can't just direct... So I need to do something new. Ugh. I don't know how to do this. Clearly I use GitHub every day. Which is not the case. I will have to figure this out off stream later. At least I've made a fix. So the dialog is kind of working. I got the first text coming through. And then I can make it so that now the choices come through. At least I'm not going to make it pretty just yet. I'm just going to make it minimally functional. Phil says, use the GitHub desktop app. Oh, that exists. I never used an app before. I'll do that later. I also don't remember my GitHub password in general, so thanks for the suggestion. I'll do that. Off stream. I don't want to log into anything on stream. Okay, so the text is showing up, dialogue is showing up, choices is what I need to show up now. Show up, reveal now. For the dialogue specific activity, I think I'm going to make a dialogue container related UIs down here. We already have dialogue here. Godot says, I like just using the Git CLI. No, I mean, I am very familiar with Git CLI, just like over the years of working in command line. Like sometimes the visual, I tried using the visual or like application based Git before, and I was like, I don't understand what's going on. I have no idea what's what. It's actually more confusing for me, but I'm sure it'll take some time to get used to it pretty quickly. Thanks for the follow, Phil. Okay, so we made a dialogue text. We made a display to text. I'm going to make a very specific type of things. Now, I'm going to sample create real quick. So we're going to have a text line, which will be like, blah, 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 Mr. Anderson, for example. And then this is going to be centered. I think I'm going to make it so that it fills whatever space it needs to fill. And then the next one is going to be choice text, which will be a container. Or panel container. Maybe it could be a panel container as well. And this will be like choice item that I can select. And this one probably will have some sort of theme override. Let's make it flat for now. And I'll make so that it contains another label here. And this one's choice text, choice 1. And this will be center, label setting. I'll do that later. Layout, container sizing will be shrink. I like shrink. Probably should give it a minimum size here. Let me give it 50 or 45. No, too big. 30. That's good. I'm gonna give outer border or outer margin, so expand margin. I guess not. I want the margin to be within this text thing, but there's a content margin. I suppose. Oh, okay. Let's do 20, 20, 20, 20. Top is too much. Bottom is too much. Border color, invisible. Beautiful. Too flush here. I'm going to have this flat style box with dark color that is about this transparent, and give a content margin, bottom 44, top 44. No, 44 is too much potentially. I guess I should make this centered so that it's not a problem. Dialog container should probably just not have a margin. If it is center, should I guess it should just not expand. It should shrink, I guess. Container sizing, vertically, shrink center. Yes, perfect. Godot says hi. Hi, Godot. Godot says see ya. Oh, already. Godot says, I gotta head out early today to practice my guitar. Oh, I see. Bye, have fun. Borku says, can you show the game real quick? Yeah, sure. Oh, wrong play here. And then Reacher Squarity says you have to create an API key if I remember well. I see. By the way, ignore the text box. I'm just testing it right now. So we have this. We got a little tutorial series. This stone is super powerful. It's not normal part of the game. And then Nafis says GitHub desktop app is nice to view diffs. It's a menace for anything else. I mean, I guess that's kind of the main thing though. All I need is view diffs. I mean, I understand that is a lot easier to do on UI based or UX based things. But for managing stacks or the git line, or not git line, the commit lines, I prefer the CLI for sure. The mixed nut says lazy git is nice too. Oh my gosh. Hold on, guys. I got this. Okay, well, I'm not really explaining what the game is about, but I'm sure you can kind of tell, right? Who was it asking? Boruko? Not really sure what you want to see, but this is the game we were working with. We're trying to add a hub world right now with a dialogue. So, and we have the little dwarf guy here. Oh, a new adventurer. Yeah, so what we're doing right now is I'm making some of these things. I'm going to replace all of this later, but for now, I'm going to say this is under UI dialog called text line. And then this one is going to be called choice item. Say branch as a scene under UI dialog choice item. Beautiful. With all these, setups and whatnot. And what we're going to do here for the choice item, we need a script for the choice item, class name, choice item, and this is going to have our choice text. Which will be string. And when this gets set, we're just simply going to update the text, which will be its own issue, but whatever. I think Chris showed this the other day, where you can do one of these. If node is ready, you want to do those things. Otherwise, do it here. Choice text here. Like that. So we can set the value, not do anything, but on ready, set the actual visual aspects again. The mixed nut says lazy git is nice too. Oh, I already read that. Sorry. Godot says, do you have camera smoothing on character? Right now I do. I'm just using default camera stuff. I don't know if you can tell. I'm not doing a dead zone thing yet. I do have camera limit where if it gets to the edge, it doesn't move the camera, but just the character. But, Where says it looks like Forager / Enter the Gungeon. Yeah, I think that's a good comparison. It's a mixture between all of that. Like the combat and just kind of general look and feel of Enter the Gungeon with mechanic of this other thing, essentially, is the idea. Okay, so the choice is just going to take the text and update it. Line item, I think the text line I can update directly, so I don't have to worry about that. So for now, I'm going to make small changes at a time. So we'll have some const here with, say, text line scene, which is packed scene of preload of this guy right here. And then the next one is choice item scene, packed scene of preload of this thing. Boom, easy. And so whenever I see a text, I'm going to say, hey, instantiate this, baby. Which will be text. Line, are we calling it? Yeah. I guess this one doesn't have a script, huh? Whatever. Do this. It's actually technically a label. I should probably update that later, but we'll see. And the text of it will be the response text. And we'll add that as a child. So it'll have all the right fonts. If response have choices and response choices is not empty, then, well, actually, I don't even need to do that. I can just go for choice in choice string or choice text, I guess. Choice text in response.choices. For all of them, we're going to say choice item, which will say choice item, will be choice item scene instantiate. And then we're going to update its choice text, which will be the choice text here. And then we're going to add it to the container here. Add child, and then we're going to add the choice item here. Beautiful. Now, if this is empty, we do want to have something here. So if is empty, then we're going to add a single choice item with the text continue on it. Otherwise, we do this other thing. Well, I mean, I guess we don't even need to do that. And then we clear the container in the beginning, so it's good. What next? So we're populating it. When we choose and trigger, we want to be able to select which of the choices that are being selected. And basically, I want to make it so that the dialog container steals all the focus. If the input happens and dialog container is visible, then it should steal all the input. There's going to be a slight issue where, let's see, where the player stuff thing, like the player might move around right now, but I'm not going to worry about that just now. I'm just going to basically, one at a time, dialog container is invisible. When the dialog is requested, we're going to turn the container, the dialog container, which I guess I could do on ready here. Dialog container to become visible on command and start the dialog. And when the choices are being cursored through, we're going to make a choice item, and that go in here. We'll make it so that there's a highlighted version and non-highlighted version. We'll say, let's see, we'll just update the style box background color. Pretty simple, I think. So we could do this and highlight or focus, I guess. Focus means we're going to update the style box override, I think. Get theme style box normal, duplicate normal, add themes for normal. What's the normal? I just want to update the value of the style box. I wonder if I have to make two different versions of it. I guess I could. Let's see. Unless I have to, I can get and do it. This is theme though. Theme overrides. I want to override it. Maybe I need to do that here. Choice item. Override theme. As theme. Add theme color override. What is that? Name, font color. This one is not. It's actually part of the panel. I wonder if I can get it and change it instead. Because essentially this is all I want to change. I think. I mean, it might also be easier to make this invisible and change the color of the color rect instead of trying to change the style box. You know what? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave that alone. Focus on going to make a probably a color rect that lives under the text, which will be some color. All of this doesn't matter because I'm going to update. I'm going to change this when I go to the final versions of the thing. I mean, when I make the final version of the graphics, it'll look different. So it doesn't really matter, but it's okay. So I'll do this where I go, hey, if you're in focus, this is going to become visible. Unfocus, this is going to become invisible. Is in focus will simply be this. Okay. All right, so choice item is here. We're going to flip through those lines with the input here and the rogue mine dialog container under GUI input, because I want to make sure that there's a GUI input is above unhandle. So most of the game control is going to be unhandle. So if GUI input steals input and executes it, everything underneath won't execute. So a GUI input here. I think. I don't know. It may not work. We'll say if event is action pressed up. UI up. I guess UI up. Do something elif event is action pressed is UI down. Thanks for the follow. J Chaz. J Chaz? Maybe. I don't know. Event. Or not event. Get viewport. Something. Handled. Is input handled. Set input as handled. Yeah. Like that, right? Is that right? Or can I do it like this? Is that a function? No, I do have to do get viewport. So it doesn't propagate any further when this happens. What else? This should only happen if the dialog container is active. That is, if the dialog container is visible. If it is not visible, then it doesn't have any focus. So it's not going to handle any input here. Welcome says, I can't wait for the widget to be done. Yes. Welcome and I are working on our little stream widgets for you guys to have some sort of collectibles that are berry themed. That'd be fun. I don't know how I'm going to make it so that you guys can check all the things you've collected already, because I want it to be visual. That I have no idea. But we want to have a little widget where you can just like do a little gotcha pawn type of situation for your little berries. We'll see how that goes. I'm excited to make it. That's going to take a while, I'm sure. I'm also extremely hungry right now. I haven't eaten all day. I also need to work out in 3 hours, actually. One side says, Ezra NFTs. Ah! Oh, no. It's not going to be NFT because I don't want to upkeep it forever, but it'll be there. I'll give you If you get all the collectibles, I'll give you a certificate saying these are authentic and you have them. Dremier says, first time here, what's your game about? This is a roguelike dungeon crawler about mining and crafting. Enter the Gungeon meets whatever other things, I don't know. Enter the Gungeon plus Minecraft, I guess. Some sense. Not really, because, it's tentatively. Reason I'm making this is to do the whole free asset versus paid asset comparison. So I'm making a game using only the assets I found online, basically, without using my own assets. But I'm at a point where I like the game idea enough where I do want to make my own assets and make a release of this game later. But for now, the purpose is for making the devlog of using prepaid or pre-made assets only to see what the experience is like. So that's where we're at right now. So, yeah. So you can see the game a little bit. Mind you, all of these are free assets. So, can you believe it? A lot of great free assets out there. But I did have to go through my share of annoying half assets. Half assets. Where it's like, it's great set of assets, but it only gives you like a little bit of it. All right. Okay. So choices coming up, but I do want to be able to select between upper and lower. So we're going to do that. Osavir says, oh, looks great. Thank you. I appreciate that. One Saito says, so Minecraft? I mean, Minecraft is not really roguelike. It's meant to be enter the Gungeon roguelike type of situation where there's a different levels that you go down. And then there are different story aspects and stuff like that. But then the crafting itself is like on each level, you gather resources and then you can craft on the crafting table. But then the recipes that are available for crafting is not going to be full recipes, right? It's going to be some select random recipes for each category. And then you can increase your arsenal. It's just like the roguelike games where there's different items you can purchase and drop during the run, except it's crafting instead of. And you get a little bit more of wider range of selection because you get to make some choices with the resources you collect. Conic says, hello. Hi, Conic. Dramier says, I've literally done that with my current game. It is very feasible in my format. Just take time to find them and collect them. Oh, that's great. I would like to see that. But I know that's the point, because the reason I'm doing this experiment is because I am never able to answer the question of, hey, Ezra, what do you think about making games with pre-made assets? Because I like making my own assets and I have a very strong creative preferences. So it's really hard for me to answer that question. So I'm just kind of delving into it myself. In addition, it's kind of a research, because what am I researching for? Well, I have an asset pack that I just recently released. And, this is the isometric kind of dungeon tile set that I've created for my own game. But I was like, you know what? Might as well just kind of release it. So I made this. And part of me was like, I don't know what makes an asset pack good, or what makes people want to buy an asset pack. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to experience it myself to see what kind of things I actually need or want while searching for an asset. So yeah, if you are looking for some isometric tile set, here it is. All the future updates are included with this single purchase, even if it gets more expensive. Let's say it becomes a Godot isometric tile set where it has everything, and you're like, oh, it's $5 now and I can't afford it. Doesn't matter. If you buy it right now, when it becomes $5, you're not going to have to pay it again. You have it forever. Or if you're a member on YouTube or Twitch sub, any level Twitch sub, then members get free access to it, as you can see right here on our member downloads. But you do have to connect your your Twitch account or YouTube account to the Discord in order to get access to that. Dreamer says you have to look at it from a dev side too. Like if you're not an artist but you can code, should you just not make games? Why would you not just use the asset available? What is there inherently wrong with that? Nothing wrong with that, obviously. Yeah, that's true. And that's what I'm saying. I want to be able to experience that. And that's why I'm doing this. And I think the challenge is, right, because you still need to face the reality of the challenge, which is if you are a dev without any artistic approach and you're using pre-made assets, there's still a skill to putting together a cohesive feel to make it believable or make it immersive. Of course, there are exceptions where they go with this like janky graphic as kind of part of the theme of the game itself and still become big successful. And that's, you know, one way to go about it. And that's a video on itself, right? I feel like I made a game. Just imagine a YouTube thumbnail or title that says, I made the ugliest game that made 100,000 sales on Steam. You're going to click on that. You know what I mean? So I see that. But right now I'm focusing on, as someone who wants very specific graphics, what does asset usage feel like and look like? What are the challenges? One at a time. That's where we're at. So far, the assets you see in this game is completely free assets. Dreamer says, yeah, absolutely. I have spent hours editing materials to mesh color palette for all these meshed together assets. If you're picky and careful and think outside of the box, you can make things cohesive. Exactly. And that's a skill set in itself. You know what's funny though? Okay, it's unrelated. I need to know, is there anyone, is there like openly AI, like, is there a developer out there on YouTube or Twitch that are openly supportive of AI usage for prototyping and game development? Because I don't want to start any like feud. It's not that, but I think it will be really interesting video to do a little versus collab. Because if that person is willing, and if they're a similar size to me, I would love to do a two devs develop game one, like, or AI made game versus, or AI used game versus non AI games. And I want to showcase like the process of people who are, because I can't do it. I've never used the AI to make games. So I don't know what are all the because if I did it, it would be a showcase of noob using it, right? So it's not really convincing if I say, hey, AI sucks because I've never used it. That's probably not convincing. I really want to see like, oh, I made the game using my process here, blah, blah, blah. And then this person made the game using their AI process and they're expert at it. Here's the two different processes, devlog and result. Viewers, it's up to you to choose what you prefer, or whatever lesson you glean from it is there. But I think that would be interesting. I would like to see within the Godot space. Hopefully, I know Unreal is like its own thing, so we'll see. Scala says, I think it's already existing. No, is it? Maybe. I don't know what we're talking about. Dreamer says, I'm openly supportive as a dev. To me, AI is just another tool. Back in the day when Photoshop came out, everybody was the same way about it. And they got used to it, and now it's normal. AI is a tool. You either recognize it, its value, discard, and get. I think the toolness is never in the like useful toolness of AI is never in question. I think that's not the real question. I think there is a aspect of like, there's a part of the tooling where if you're not skilled, if you're not careful, it's just worse. But at the same time, there's a whole ethics and legality of what that means, right? Because it's trained on data. But, you know, aside from that, I want to see it from the pure data point of view. Do kind of like enticing, but still like clickbaity, but still informative stuff. Because I want to see it. I want to see what it all takes to be an expert in usage of that in prototyping versus what I would personally do. Because technically speaking, if I'm scouring the internet looking for pre-made assets that is not made by me, but I'm purchasing it anyways, I also want to do a cost breakdown too. So for example, if I'm like, okay, well, I made all this, it took this much hour, it took this much like my software that I bought is blah blah blah, or like if I made pre-made asset purchases, I purchased it from this artist for this much amount of dollar. So this is the cost of the prototype, and this is the quality of the prototype. Versus if you're using AI, they have to identify, well, I have, monthly subscription to this, and this took this many months, so that means the effective cost of using AI as this. Like, I want to see is it actually cheaper, to get to the quality, like the final quality, releasable quality. That would be fun comparison. Pimte says, "Oh, Godot, sorry." No, I mean it can be other tools too. I only say this because I'm getting so much email from like AI tooling sponsorship too. I'm like, I don't want to do it. I also am not a good example of this using it. Scala says, but honestly, AI is just a tool. The real problem is that the OpenAI openly created issue, or should I say utopia, that with AI you can be everything you want. Moreover, with Sora, it just demonstrates this point that people are willing to spend hours getting the perfect assets or prompts rather than spending those hours actually learning either game design. That's what I'm saying. I want to compare the hours. I really want to compare the hours because it does take a lot. To be fair, I do use Gen AI for like script editing, as in I write the script, I come up with the ideation. I have a very specific line of vision of like how to address certain things, but then I use it for like, for example, changing the reading level of my script, and then I go over it again, and then I suggest a lot. So like when you have a very specific vision, you still end up spending a lot of time. It's not like I don't do it faster. I just omit the part where I reread my script over and over again. So there's a part of it is like, is it actually faster or not? But it's still useful. So I'm trying to see like what does the difference actually look like a actual comparison as opposed to just these like theoretical comparison. Dramier says, I think what humans mostly do is exactly the same as AI. We create based on what we've been exposed to. To me, that's the same process. That's why writers, yeah. It's true, except a company is profiteering from it. So then the whole legality of using and learning and influences, where does it start and end? It really we're not at a place where we can define morality of payment on what that means. It's complicated. There's no yes or no. It is complicated, right? If I am influenced, because everything is an influence. So for example, I'm making a game based on Enter the Gungeon, right? It's inspired by that. And then I make all these changes, but then I make my own flavors. Art's different. The direction is different. But then there are UX and UIs that are really similar and heavily inspired. Success of that game, typically, if it is exact copy, it's not going to succeed, right? Or sometimes it does because the idea is just that good. But it's easy to prove that I've done everything out of my memory and out of my own filter of my eye. But if somebody is making money off of actually learning, where does that whole like legality of ownership come from, right? So it's hard to define for sure. Quilly says drawing inspiration isn't the same as mashing pre-existing images audio together to create something new. Yeah, that's the difficult part. Scala says, partially the only difference is there is some uniqueness in what humans do, even when people are copying others, while AI use part of things existing already. It's true. Dreamer says, I respect that. I just personally think it's the same thing. I don't think there's a difference. Yo David O says, I use Claude a good bit, but more as a pointed Google search if I run into something that I don't completely know, more like a virtual rubber duck. I like that. Dreamer says, I openly admit I'm weird though, because I think it's better that somebody copies something I've made and make something from it than protect my IP and such. Yeah. Sometimes that's not as important to some people. And my connection is unstable now. Weird. Just think on it. I mean, I know we are all entitled to our opinions, but while we have opinion, some issues are real. as I said, morality of the question of morality is always really hard to answer because there is no right or wrong, fundamentally speaking. Because even in philosophy and ethics, there are different ways to define an ethics, right? Like what is right or wrong is never clear. And there are different people who have defined it differently, and it always falls short because there are always exceptions. Oblomov says, "Hey, Ezra, you ready to squat?" Yes, I need to go work out in 2 hours. Don't make me squat right now. Just save it for later. I'm about to go too. Actually, I need to end before I've streamed for 4 hours now. I need to go eat. But yeah, no, anyways, all these questions. Okay, hold on. I got to read this. Let me just catch up on chat and then I'm going to just end here. PM Teddy says, "Hey, Ezra, this gives me a video idea. You're doing free versus paid assets now. After that, you could do human versus AI coded game. Anything I usually large audience these days." Yeah, I do want to do that. It's just, so that's part of it because I want to do that comparison, but it won't be a fair comparison because I'm not an expert in using AI. So if I made that video, I have a feeling that people are going to be like, yeah, but like you're not using it right. So I want to have someone who is known and can be easily attributed as an expert in using that tool to do an accurate comparison. So that person would do that flow, make their own devlog and their own channel or whatever, and then put it out and say, hey, we did this challenge with these parameters, and I did it this way. And we want to show, focusing on the process and cost, time cost, money cost, and then the process and the result. And then the comparison of the result won't be based on like actually doing a test, getting a judge, but viewers will be the judge of the thing. And I think that will be a good conversation starter for sure. All right, I'll do the squats. Just give me a sec. Scala says, man, that would be a massacre. Haha. I generally already saw people willing to be hired in my company using AI script in their portfolio. There's a legit no match. AI use pre-biased concepts, especially the bigger ones. I'm not really sure what that means, but I don't know what you mean by no match. Like, what is not a match of what? Dreamier says, good points from all. Glad to have a reasonable discussion about it. It's an important topic. It is an important topic. It is interesting. I wish I could just say this is all evil or all good, but you know, that's not always the case. I always say this, but at the end of the day, as long as I can create what I want to create, you know. All right, everyone. I'm a little fuzzy here. Hold on. I'll get rid of the filter so that it's not freaking out like this. You know what? It's okay. We'll be fuzzy squatting real quick. 12 squats. Oh, if you guys are just joining us, when someone redeems squats, we typically do it together, by the way. 12 squats. Everyone, me, you. I mean, I know you've been just sitting on your butt all day anyway, so get the blood flowing, right? Yeah. 1, 2, oh my gosh. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yay. All right. We got our 12 in. Perfect. Pretty easy. Healthy, I say. Got that blood flow in. Let's see. PMT says, I'm so doing these, like, no doubt. Yeah, and I know everybody's doing it here. Average Godot Enjoyer says, happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. We are in our end of the stream right here. Oblomov says, squatter Ezra. I know. I'll be squatting. Sorry, Average Godot Enjoyer. I know you just joined us, but I do have to go. I need to eat. I need to work out. We had a good session, good conversation. Let's see, who should we raid? I think we did Fern the other day. We haven't gone to Curdle in a while. Captain McFriendly. I don't think we rated them since they rated us, so I'm not sure. We got Hypnotic, our usual target. Dreamier says, not gonna lie, I felt a little strange doing spontaneous squats, but cool. Hey, you'll get used to it. I think if you come here often, you'll get. I said, basically, if I ever get big enough where we can have a streamer and viewer meetup in one of those events, and if I want to take a group picture, and I want us to all be like just thick in our legs. PMT says, bye. Thanks for stream. See you later. Bye, everyone. Okay, yeah. All right, let me just choose. I don't know when to go. Dreamier says, lol, jack to squads. Yeah, exactly. The thickest devs all watch Ezra. That's what I want. All right. Curdle Games, I guess. I do like Curdle Games, a little vacuum game, so maybe we'll go there. Curdle Games is fun. It's a chicken. All right, everyone. Thanks for watching. Thanks, Raiders, for stopping by. Please don't forget to follow and sub so that you can be notified next time. And I'll see you next time as soon as I start the raid. Dreamer says, you're a cool dude. We'll def catch each other stream or catch another stream. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Luma says, thanks for stream. Goodbye. Goodbye, everyone. Yes. Thanks for watching. Here we go. Bye. And then I guess I gotta end the stream on YouTube as well.